Chapter 362. Are these the puppets that the reincarnation ancient celestial venerable left for his successor in the immortal ancient continent? Yu Mingkong could not help but ask as she watched the black-robed elder leave with interest. She could tell that in her previous life, Yi Ling had even made a name for himself with these puppets. However, these puppets had now been obtained by Gu Changa and even refined again. If the reincarnation ancient celestial venerable knew about this, he would probably be furious and want to slap Gu Changa to death. However, Yu Mingkong liked the feeling that he had everything under control and that he had everything planned out. You have a good eye. Gu Changa smiled. What are we going to do next? Yu Mingkong asked, sounding a little curious. They had just arrived at the Tianqian mountain range, but Gu Changa had already arranged everything. Although she knew that his methods were extraordinary, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes. Of course, we just have to wait. Someone will help us find the Sky Palm Tower. We can just go and get it when the time comes. Gu Changa smiled and looked out the window. He could see the endless mountains in the distance. Multicolored light gushed out, and the valleys were dangerous. You clearly planned everything. Why did you ask me to come with you? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong rolled her eyes and sounded a little fierce. However, the coldness from before was gone, and there was a bit more charm. She felt that Gu Changa was very hateful. It was as if he wanted her to come and watch him get the Sky Palm Tower so easily. After all, she had to plan hard, and it was still uncertain whether she could get it in the end. Comparing the two, she realized that she was really a little useless. After all, it's always boring to come here alone. With you by my side, you can accompany me to relieve my boredom. Hearing her fierce words, Gu Changa's tone was matter-of-fact. He smiled and said, I wish I could tie you to me now. I don't want you to go anywhere. Although Yu Mingkong knew that he was deliberately making her happy, she couldn't help but feel happy, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. She turned her head. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her face was flawless. She took the initiative to hug Gu Changa and spoke softly. Once his true identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts was exposed, Gu Changa would definitely face a situation where the entire world was his enemy. At that time, even the family behind him might not be able to protect him. Although Yu Mingkong did not wish for such a day to come, if such a day really came, she would not hesitate to stand beside Gu Changa and fight against the world with him. 29. The events of her past life were no longer important to her now. She knew that Gu Changa had her in his heart, and that was enough. That day won't come. Gu Changa seemed to know what she was thinking. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. He smiled and said in a gentle voice, Yu Mingkong's eyes rested on his face. Her heart was filled with joy, and her face suddenly flushed red. She wanted more. She was moved. At the same time, in a mountain range not far from the sect of God's ruins, a tall and straight man, whose hair was as golden as gold, was standing here as if he was waiting for someone. His eyes were deep, and he wore a long golden robe. Even when he heard the nearby people talking about him, he did not show the slightest emotion. He gave off a calm and reserved aura. This was Ji Yaoxing, the divine son of the reclusive Ji clan. Not far from him was a group of young men and women. They had extraordinary auras and were shrouded in a dazzling radiance. They had all sorts of powerful beasts with them, and they were currently talking to him. Their leader was a girl of no more than 20 years of age. She wore a long red dress and sat on an auspicious beast that resembled a qilin. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were misty, and her lips were red. She was very beautiful, but she also gave off an unreachable and arrogant feeling. Behind the girl was an old woman full of wrinkles. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Brother Yaoxing, I wonder if your Ji clan has gained anything this time? At this moment, the girl rode over on the auspicious beast and asked with a smile on her face. When Ji Yaoxing heard this, he turned his head and looked at her. He shook his head slightly and said, "We haven't gained anything yet." His voice was calm and unperturbed, giving off an unusually steady feeling. The girl in the red dress still had a smile on her face, as if she was not surprised. "Chunning, where did your Chen clan get the news that the Sky Palm Tower is about to appear this time?" Then Ji Yaoxing seemed to have thought of something and asked. The girl named Chen Ning. I was slightly surprised when she heard this, as if she did not expect Ji Yaoxing to ask this. "I don't know either. My clan ordered me to come here and look for the Sky Palm Tower," she said, as if she did not want to say anything more. Ji Yaoxing nodded and did not say anything. "It seems that we haven't gained anything. How about this, Brother Yaoxing? We can work together to find the whereabouts of the Sky Palm Tower. When the time comes, we can use our own methods to snatch it. What do you think?" Qin Ning spoke again. Her eyes were sparkling as she asked with a smile. The geniuses behind her seemed to regard her as their leader, so they were not surprised to hear this at all. It was natural. Ji Yaoxing took a deep look at her. In the end, he shook his head and said, "I think we'd better act separately." Qin Ning was very cunning and shrewd. If they cooperated with her, they would not know when they would be tricked by her. Qin Ning was slightly disappointed, but she did not say anything. "Elder brother." At this moment, a melodious voice could be heard. In the sky, Ji Chuiyue arrived with Jiang Chen on a cloud. "Ji Chuiyue is here too? Who is that man?" Qin Ning was slightly surprised. Then she laid her eyes on Jiang Chen, who was behind Ji Chuiyue. She sized him up carefully. She could not help but show contempt and disdain when she did not find any fluctuation of cultivation. "Chuiyue, who is this man?" Ji Yaoxing looked at Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. He could not help but frown. He turned out to be a mortal who had not started on the path of cultivation. For some unknown reason, Ji Chuiyue had brought him here. Ji Chuiyue had not mentioned Jiang Chen's identity to him, so Ji Yaoxing did not know who Jiang Chen was. As soon as Jiang Chen landed, he started sizing up the young men and women in front of him. He had to admit that all of them had strong cultivations. They were shrouded in all kinds of radiances. He felt pressured. However, Jiang Chen was confident. He still looked calm. "Elder brother, this is the matter I told you about." Ji Chuiyue glanced at Qin Ning. She obviously knew her, but they were not close. She snorted coldly and did not greet her. Qin Ning did not care. She joked, "The Ji family's little princess looks like this. Are you ashamed of yourself? Why do you care?" Ji Chuiyue frowned and was slightly displeased. She'd naturally disguised her appearance so that she wouldn't attract too much attention. However, Chen Ning was as arrogant as a swan. "Elder brother, his name is Jiang Chen." Then Ji Chuiyue introduced him to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cupped his hands. "Greetings, Ji family's divine son. Is that so? Since Chuiyue said so, I will believe you for the time being." Ji Yaoxing nodded. He did not ask about Jiang Chen's background. There were still members of the hidden Chens here. He could not talk about many things. Ji Chuiyue understood. She gave Jiang Chen a look. Jiang Chen nodded. He could see that this pretty girl in a red dress was not on the same side as Ji Chuiyue and the others. Seeing Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing hiding something from her, Qin Ning could not help but squint. She sized up Jiang Chen again. Why did the Ji family's little princess think highly of a mortal who did not even have a cultivation? "Elder brother, another group of young cultivators came to the sect of Divine Ruins today. Judging from their cultivation energy, they are strong. We can't underestimate them. I suspect they are also sent by other great sections." Then Ji Chuiyue said. She mentioned the group of young cultivators she had seen when she left the sect of Divine Ruins. A group of young cultivators? Ji Yaoxing frowned. Oh, more disciples from other great sects came? Chen Ning certainly heard this. Her eyes lit up. She was looking forward to cooperating with them. Did you see where those young cultivators came from? Ji Yaoxing asked, frowning. No, I didn't. We were in a hurry when we left. Ji Chuyue shook her head. I don't think they are any younger than us. So, I'd like to meet those geniuses. We don't know where the Heavenly Palm Tower is. It's better to have more people, Chen Ning said with a smile. What do you think, elder brother Yaoxing? Who knows? We might be able to get something out of him. Ji Yaoxing was lost in thought. They had been in the Tianshan Mountains for almost a month, but they had not found anything yet. It would be good if they could get some information from others. Besides, to be honest, he didn't really believe Jiang Chen in front of him. What could an ordinary person do? Ji Chuyue happened to be living in the sect of Divine Ruins. They would run into him sooner or later. Thinking of this, Ji Yaoxing nodded involuntarily. Jiang Qin turned pale. In fact, he really wanted to tell Ji Chuyue that man was actually Gu Chang'e. However, in this way, Ji Chuyue would definitely wonder how he knew Gu Chang'e. If Ji Chuyue knew there was a grudge between him and Gu Chang'e, would she be able to protect him? Although he had a good impression of Ji Chuyue, it wasn't to the point where he trusted her. So Jiang Qin thought it over. The best way was to stay in his house as a servant disciple after going back to the sect of Divine Ruins. With Gu Chang'e status, he certainly would not go to such a place. In this way, as long as he did not see Jiang Qin, Gu Chang'e would not know he was in the sect of Divine Ruins. Qinzi, you can tell Ji Chuyue something. Tell her there is a grudge between you and Gu Chang'e. The Ji family, which has been living in seclusion, used to be an aristocratic family of the human ancestor. It's impossible that she doesn't have the courage to do that. You are now the descendant of a divine origin master. As long as Ji Chuyue is smart, she will know what to do. However, while Jiang Chen was hesitating, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind spoke. It was giving him advice. Jiang Chen was relieved to hear that. Besides, the black-robed senior was there. If anything happened, he would ask the black-robed senior to take him away as soon as possible. Then Ji Yaoxing called his followers over. He was going to go back to the sect of Divine Ruins with his sister. They had gone to different sects and schools on their way here so that it would be easier for them to explore. On the way, Ji Chuyue told him through holy awareness some information about Jiang Qin, including his mysterious body constitution and his identity as the descendant of a divine origin master. Ji Yaoxing was also shocked after hearing that. He found it hard to believe. It was rare for him to be so calm and introverted. Divine origin master? He murmured. He didn't doubt his sister's judgment at all. Then he looked at Jiang Qin, who was at the back of the group, and said in a low voice, "If what you said is true, and he has a body that isn't any weaker than mine, we can find a way to let him join the Ji family." The inheritance of a divine origin master had been lost a long time ago. If Jiang Qin had an inheritance of a divine origin master, it would create an uproar. Of course, Ji Yaoxing was an honest man. He didn't want to take advantage of Jiang Qin. His only goal was to let him join the Ji family. The two were secretly communicating through holy awareness. But Jiang Qin still managed to guess what they were talking about. Qin Ning had been gazing at Jiang Qin. At this moment, even a fool would have realized there was something special about Jiang Qin. Otherwise, the Ji siblings wouldn't have treated him like this. Her eyes lit up. She had an idea soon. Soon, they returned to the sect of Divine Ruins. When they had arrived at the gate, Jiang Chen found an excuse to go to the Labor's Peak, where he lived. Ji Chuyue threw him a strange look, but she didn't ask him anything. "Miss Chuyue," the old man at the gate said respectfully. At the same time, he glanced at Ji Yaoxing, Chen Ning and the others. Surprise flashed in his eyes. What was going on? Why had so many young geniuses come to such a remote place like the sect of Divine Ruins? Was the thing they were looking for very precious? Why had so many people come here? However, he didn't dare ask about it. Where are the young geniuses who came to the sect of divine ruins resting today? Ji Chuiwei asked. The Taoist sect of divine ruins was an affiliated force of the reclusive Ji family, while the sect of divine ruins was a branch of the Taoist sect of divine ruins. In the sect of divine ruins, her status was much higher than that of the head of the sect. The old man didn't dare neglect her. He said immediately, Miss Chuiwei, those geniuses are in the palace in the east. In his opinion, no matter how amazing those geniuses were, they were inferior to Ji Chuiwei. After all, Ji Chuiwei was the princess of the reclusive Ji family. Her status was extremely high. The reclusive Ji family was a giant even in the upper realm. Then Ji Chuiwei, Ji Yaoxing, and the others went to the palace in the east under the guidance of the old man. On their way there, the head of the sect of divine ruins and the others got the news. They all came over in surprise. However, they knew who Ji Chuiwei and the others were, so they could tell Ji Yaoxing, Chen Ning, and the others were extraordinary. Are they here to pick a fight with those geniuses? The head of the sect of divine ruins turned pale. He was afraid the young geniuses would destroy his place when they fought. However, Ji Yaoxing seemed to have seen through his worry. He said, We're just curious about which force those geniuses belong to. We want to pay them a visit. Psychic white jade foal, snow-treading dark cloud beast, thunder Kirin. These mounts, at this moment, Chen Ning turned pale. She noticed a group of exotic beasts drinking water in the distance. They had thick scales and colorful feathers. Shrouded in clouds, they looked more handsome. These mounts were all expensive. They had all kinds of rare bloodlines. Some of them were even mutants with strong energy. This caused her heart to tremble. It would be fine if it was just one mount, but it was a group. It could only mean that many of these young geniuses had identities that were not lower than theirs. Looks like the identities of these geniuses are not simple. Ji Yaoxing's expression changed slightly as well, and he became cautious. Although the reclusive Ji family was now in dire straits, they had once been glorious, so they had the ability to discern the situation. Who are you? However, they had only taken a few steps when they were stopped by a group of powerful beings outside the palace. They were from all races and were extremely young. Their eyes were filled with divine light, and they had a pressure that made one's heart palpitate. I'm Ji Yaoxing of the Ji family. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Ji Yaoxing cupped his hands slightly. He could see that many of the young beings in front of him had auras that were not weaker than his. However, they were only followers here. What did this mean? Ji Chuiwei's expression turned solemn. She did not dare to be as casual as before. Only Chen Ning's eyes were filled with splendor. She looked into the hall as if she wanted to see who was inside. The upper realm was vast and boundless. Just how many orthodoxies and forces were there? It was simply impossible to count them all. Although the reclusive Chen family behind her could also be considered a colossus. However, compared to those true immortal orthodoxies, it was still far from being a true colossus. In the eyes of those true immortal orthodoxies, they had probably never heard of the family behind them. Although the sect leader of the Godly Ruin sect and the others did not have the discerning eyes of Ji Yaoxing and the others, they could see that the young man and woman living in the palace were far beyond their imagination. In their eyes, the Ji family was an unimaginable colossus that stood at the peak of the upper realm. The Ji family? The young beings at the entrance of the palace frowned slightly when they heard that. They began to recall the origin of this family in their minds. Chen Ning, of the Qin family. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Chen Ning also walked forward at this moment and cupped her hands slightly. The arrogance on her face had long disappeared. I have some impression of the Ji family, but which family is the Chen family? I don't seem to have heard of it. A young being with a tall and sturdy figure, who had a third eye between his brows and was covered in a layer of golden scales, asked in confusion. I've never heard of such a family either. The young being next to him shook his head. The aura on his body was very terrifying. Even Chin Ning, and the others felt suffocated. Hearing these words, Ji Yaoxing and the others' expressions changed slightly. Then they smiled bitterly. The Chin family was more low-key and rarely had any reputation in the outside world. However, it did not mean that the Chan family did not have a strong foundation. For example, the Ji family behind them had a long history, even older than the Purple Mansion. Chin Ning, Ai's expression was slightly awkward. It was the first time that someone looked down on the family behind her, but she did not dare to say anything. After all, compared to the Ji family, the Chen family's foundation was indeed much weaker. They did not exist as long as the Ji family. If it were not for the gradual decline of the Ji family over the years, she would not have dared to speak to Ji Chuiwe and the others so casually. Now, Chun Ning, I was very sure that the identity of the person in the palace was far beyond her imagination. It was a level that she could not come into contact with before. Chapter 363. Forget it. You guys wait here first. I'll inform the master. It's up to him whether he wants to see or not. We can't make the decision. A creature covered in silver glanced at Chen Ning, Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing, and the others at the entrance of the palace with an impatient expression. Then he turned around and walked into the palace. The indifference and impatience on his face immediately turned into respect. Thank you. Ji Yaoxing cupped his hands slightly. I wonder which orthodoxy's prodigy will intervene in this matter. It seems that the matter of the Sky Palm Tower will be even more difficult. Hearing this, Ji Chuiwe's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. What she was most worried about now was that if the Sky Palm Tower appeared later and the person in front of her interfered, what would happen to the Ji family? Judging from this posture, this person's identity was definitely not to be underestimated. This made the Ji family's siblings feel gloomy. The Sky Palm Tower was related to the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. If the Ji family behind them wanted to restore their past glory, they had to find the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. How could they be willing to give up the Immortal Palace's secret treasure? However, at this moment, Chen Ning, Ai's thoughts were different from theirs. Her eyes were slightly filled with curiosity and splendor. Although the Sky Palm Tower was important, it was only a weapon. Even if it was related to the Immortal Palace's secret treasure, they still needed to find all 7 Sky Palm artifacts. Find all 7 Sky Palm artifacts? This was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was self-evident, and the opportunity in front of her now was to come into contact with a level that she could not come into contact with before. It was clear at a glance, which was more important. Master! Outside the palace, the hidden Ji family and the hidden Qin family asked for an audience. This creature covered in silver stepped into the palace and reported to Gu Chang'e, who was on the high platform. Do you want to meet them? Gu Chang'e naturally heard the words coming from outside. He put down the teacup in his hand and couldn't help but be interested. Not interested. Yu Mingkong shook her head. Her expression was a little languid. She lay on her side on the bed. Her black hair fell between her eyebrows. She was not as indifferent as before. Instead, she was more aloof and detached from worldly affairs. Gu Chang'e smiled, got up and walked out of the hall. In fact, some time ago he had asked Dean Mei to investigate the hidden Ji family. The biggest reason was because Gu Chang'e felt that Ji Qingxian had ambitions in her heart. She would not be willing to be forced by the reclusive Ji family. The seed of ambition had already been planted, and it was just waiting for the right time to sprout. Ji Qingxian, who was obsessed with power, would not let go of such a good opportunity. It just so happened that he had this opportunity to control the reclusive Ji family. Having one more chess piece wouldn't be a bad thing. Gu Chang'e, how could it be him? How could he be here? Just as Gu Chang'e walked out of the hall, the expressions of Ji Yaoxing and the others in front of the door changed. Their pupils couldn't help but shrink in shock. This, Ji Chuiwe also opened her mouth in disbelief. They naturally recognized the young man in front of them, which was why they were so shocked. I heard that you were looking for me. Gu Changa ignored everyone's shocked expressions and asked casually with a smile on his face. Greetings, young Lord Changa. I'm Ji Yaoxing of the Ji family. Ji Yaoxing cupped his hands. He, who was usually calm and reserved, was very respectful at this time. Ji Chuiwe greets, young Lord Changa. When Ji Chuiwe reacted, her large and bright eyes seemed to be sparkling as she hurriedly bowed and greeted him. No one expected to see Gu Changa here. Didn't he just destroy the Purple Mansion and return to the Immortal Academy? Gu Changa's appearance was not a secret in the Upper Realm. As long as it was an orthodoxy, even if they had not seen him in person, they would have seen his portrait to avoid accidentally offending him one day. It had to be said that after experiencing the destruction of the Zifu, Gu Changa's power in the Upper Realm had reached an unprecedented peak. Even the heavenly kings, Buddhas, and ancient emperors were far from such power when they were young. Greetings, young Lord Changa. Chen Ning, Oi's heart could not help but beat wildly. She forced herself to calm down and showed the sweetest smile she thought she had and greeted Gu Changa. In the Upper Realm today, if there was a young prodigy that everyone knew, it would be Gu Changa. Therefore, seeing Gu Changa here made Chen Ning are very excited and excited. Even her voice was trembling uncontrollably. In the past, she had only seen Gu Changa in those portraits and shadow recording stones. She had never seen him in person like today. It was not an exaggeration to say that, for many girls in the Upper Realm, the most ideal and perfect future husband was Gu Changa. Appearance, temperament, strength, talent, power, background, no matter which aspect it was, there was almost no flaw to be found, let alone find a man who could be on par with him. Of course, they also knew their own limitations and could only fantasize in their hearts, knowing that they were far from being good enough. Gu Changa smiled warmly and nodded slightly. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. However, he had no intention of inviting everyone into the hall. So young Lord Changa has also come to this place. I knew it. With such power, how could he be an ordinary person? Ji Yaoxing smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that the opportunity to snatch the heavenly palm tower this time had become more and more elusive. It did not mean that he would give up when he met Gu Changa. Instead, he felt that compared to Gu Changa, his strength was much weaker, not to mention that Gu Changa had many followers with powerful cultivation bases. He could only hope that he could find the heavenly palm tower before it appeared. This way, even Gu Changa would not have the right to snatch it from him. However, Ji Yaoxing had other plans in his heart. If Gu Changa was determined to get the heavenly palm tower, then he could also use this opportunity to present himself to Buddha. Although Ji Yaoxing had a righteous personality, it did not mean that he was stupid. There was no need to say how terrifying Gu Changa's current power was. Even the Purple Mansion was on the verge of destruction because of him. The sect leader of the Godly Ruins sect and the others were also stunned at this moment. They simply could not believe it and felt that all of this was like a dream. Although they were short-sighted, how could they not know Gu Changa? To them, this was a person like a true dragon of the 9 heavens. Previously, they had only heard of him in those rumors. Who would have thought that there would be a day when they would actually see him in person? Until now, their heads were still buzzing and they could not calm down. Their attitude was simply respectful to the extreme. In front of such a person, they were far inferior to dust that could be shattered with a flick of a finger. Everyone is also here to look for the heavenly palm tower. Gu Changa smiled. To be honest, young Lord Changa, we are indeed here to look for the heavenly palm tower. However, until now, we still have no clue, Ji Yaoxing said with a bitter smile. Oh, I thought you all had some clues. If you do, why don't you tell me? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Gu Changa was still smiling. His figure was tall and slender, and his robes fluttered in the wind. He was spotlessly clean. If there are any clues, we will definitely inform young Lord Changa, Ji Chuiwa said. Ji Chuiwa also spoke at this time, her bright eyes constantly sizing up Gu Changa, in order to leave a good impression in front of Gu Changa. At this moment, she also revealed her original appearance. Her small face was the size of a palm, her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were big and bright, her eyelashes were very long, and her delicate eyebrows were slender. She was like an unrestrained fairy from the mountains and forests, giving people a natural good impression. Then I'll have to trouble you all. Gu Changa smiled. His tone was casual and natural without any arrogance. However, everyone could still feel the huge gap between their identities. This kind of extraordinary, natural immortal aura and nobility could not be nurtured without a deep and terrifying foundation. Young Lord Changa, don't worry. If Ning obtains any information or clues, I will definitely come to inform young Lord Changa immediately. Since young Lord Changa also wants to find the Sky Palm Tower, then Ning, I will definitely instruct my subordinates to help you find it. Chun Ning. Er's heart was thumping as she hurriedly said after hearing this. She was only in her 20s. Her figure was slender, her skin was smooth, her eyes were misty, and her lips were red. She was very beautiful and smart. She immediately expressed her thoughts and her standpoint. She did not want the Sky Palm Tower anymore. She only wanted to be able to help Gu Changa, although this decision was made by her without the consent of her family. Chun Ning knew that if her family knew of her decision, they would definitely support it. Hearing this, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa looked at each other and noticed the caution in each other's eyes. In their opinion, Chun Ning, Er's actions were not inappropriate. After all, the reclusive Qin family was different from the reclusive Ji family. They did not have a strong foundation. She would definitely not give up an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Changa. Although the reclusive Ji family was in dire straits, they still had pride in their hearts. Not to mention, the existence of the Heaven Palm 7 artifacts was an opportunity for them to become strong again. It was clear at a glance, which was more important. Oh, thank you, Miss Ning. Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised when he heard this. Then he looked at her and smiled. Young Lord Changa, you are too polite. It is Ning Er's honor to be able to work for you. Chun Ning. Ai's voice trembled slightly as she hurriedly lowered her head. She felt that her heart was beating very fast, and her palms were sweating nervously. This was Gu Changa taking the initiative to talk to her, which made her feel a little fearful. However, young Lord Changa's temperament was really good. Just like the rumors said, he treated people peacefully, gently, and elegantly. It was an exaggeration to say that he was as handsome as jade. He did not look down on them because of their identities at all. This made Chun Ning unable to help but feel admiration and a faint, extravagant hope in her heart. But then again, wasn't this also an opportunity for her? If she could grasp this opportunity, not to mention her, even the reclusive Chen family behind her would undergo a tremendous change. Chun Ning was very confident in her looks. Thinking of this, she quickly forced herself to calm down. She looked up at Gu Changa and revealed what she thought was the sweetest smile. Young Lord Changa, if you have any instructions, you can tell Ning I have already sent my subordinates to search the vicinity of the Heavenly Spiral mountain range for a week. I am very familiar with it. If the Heaven Palm Tower has any strange movements, I should be able to know immediately. Chun Ning Er's legs were straight and slender, and her skin was as white as snow. As she spoke, she smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. She was very obedient and moving. Ji Chuiwa, who was very familiar with her character, could not help but curl her lips in disdain. In the past, Chun Ning was as arrogant as a swan and had her eyes above her head. Many young prodigies did not enter her eyes. Only her brother, a young paragon, could be slightly valued by her. Now, Chen Ning-er's almost fawning actions could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. But then again, at this time, even if it were other girls, they would not let go of such an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. The many Qin family disciples behind Chen Ning were also very envious of her. However, as a member of the Qin family, if Chen Ning could be valued by Gu Chang'e, it would be a good thing for them. Thinking of this, they could not help but reveal some smugness on their faces as they secretly glanced at the Ji family members. Seeing this, the Ji family members did not look too good. They looked at Ji Chuiwe, who was in front of them. However, as the little princess of the reclusive Ji family, she did not have much face. Ji Chuiwe only revealed her true appearance to show her respect for Gu Chang'e. She did not have any other thoughts. Although she was curious about Gu Chang'e, it was not to the point where she wanted to curry favor with him. She had pride in her heart. Since Miss Ning has said so, I will thank you in advance. Hearing Chen Ning's words, Gu Chang'e smiled warmly and naturally. It was like a spring breeze, giving people an indescribable good impression. Chen Ning's face was slightly red as she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Young Master Chang'e, you are too polite. It is Ning-er's honor." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Gu Chang'e again, and then she mustered up her courage to ask, "Young Master Chang'e, Ning-er saw that you didn't have anyone by your side to serve you this time. If you don't mind," her words were very bold, and it was no different from offering herself to sleep with him. Ji Chuiwe could not help but widen her eyes in shock. She felt that it was inconceivable. As the young miss of the reclusive Qin family, Chen Ning had a noble status and many pursuers. Even among the clan members behind her, there were many young people who admired her. However, she was usually very proud and had her eyes on the top of her head. She did not put those so-called geniuses in her eyes. Who would have thought that she would be so bold as to come to this place and say these words in front of Gu Chang'e in front of everyone? However, it could only be said that Chen Ning was bold and did not let go of any opportunity. Otherwise, with her status, she would not have been able to come into contact with Gu Chang'e. Even Ji Chuiwe admired her. Hearing this, many of Chen Ning's followers' faces turned ashen and gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly, and their hearts were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. Looking at the fairy they admired, recommending herself in front of another man who could stand it, Gu Chang'e did not seem to expect Chen Ning to say these words. There was just the right amount of surprise on his face. However, before he could speak, a faint voice came from behind him. "No need. He doesn't mind, but I do." As these words were spoken, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Black hair fluttered in the wind, white clothes whiter than snow. Her face was as beautiful as a painting, and her facial features were beautiful. Every glance was as cold as ice and contained a suffocating and terrifying might. Chen Ning's face paled in fear. She could not help but take a few steps back as a terrifying chill appeared on her back. At this moment, she felt as if she was being watched by a supreme empress. Her entire person was as small as an ant. Crown Princess Mingkong, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe's expressions also changed as they recognized this white-clothed woman who had suddenly appeared. "Mingkong, you're scaring me. Didn't you say you weren't interested?" Gu Chang'e smiled. Mingkong glanced at him indifferently and did not say anything. She seemed to be saying, "If I didn't come out, would you have agreed?" She knew that with Gu Chang'e's personality, it was impossible for him to have any thoughts about this girl named Chen Ning. However, seeing him talking and laughing with another girl made her very uncomfortable. She wanted nothing more than to slap Chen Ning to death. Gu Chang'e's smile did not change. "You scared me to this extent." Mingkong glanced at him, but did not say anything. However, the terrifying aura that was as cold as ice made everyone feel a little suffocated. They did not dare say anything, and only dared to think to themselves, as expected of someone who was called the future empress. Her every move gave off such a terrifying aura that it was almost suffocating. Even her cultivation was unfathomable. Ning has overstepped her boundaries. I hope that Crown Princess Mingkong will be magnanimous and forgive Ning, this time. Chen Ning unnaturally recognized Yu Mingkong. Her face was pale, and her back was a little cold as she hurriedly apologized. She knew Yu Mingkong's identity. She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty and also Gu Changa's fiancé. Her identity was indescribably noble. She never thought that Yu Mingkong would actually follow Gu Changa to this place and felt a little regret in her heart. She said those words just now because she knew that Gu Changa did not follow a maid on this trip. After all, how could Gu Changa appear and not a maid appear? But who would have thought that he did not have a maid by his side, but his fiancée? Miss Ning is just being kind. Mingkong, don't lower yourself to her level. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa could not help but persuade with a smile. Yu Mingkong coldly glanced at him, snorted, and disappeared from the hall. She also knew that if this continued, it would give people the feeling that she was narrow-minded. It was just Chen Ning. So why should she care so much? She only appeared now to let Gu Changa know that when she was around, no other woman could appear by his side. Mingkong's personality is so strong. I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Gu Changa smiled. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly waved their hands. How could that be? Young Master Changa must be joking. Crown Princess Mingkong's true temperament is admirable. Yes, young Master Changa and Crown Princess Mingkong are a perfect match. They are a match made in heaven. It is really enviable. They spoke one after another, not daring to say anything disrespectful. Moreover, their hearts were even more solemn. Not only had Gu Changa appeared in the heavenly spiral mountain range, but now even Yu Mingkong had appeared. The matter of fighting for the heavenly palm tower had become more and more difficult. After that, the visit ended. Ji Chuiwei, Ji Yaoxing, and the others also bid farewell and left one after another, planning to go back and discuss what to do next. Although Chen Ning was still a little scared, she quickly calmed down and still had hope in her heart. After all, this was a rare opportunity for her. How could she give it up so easily? In her opinion, as long as she could help Gu Changa find the location of the heavenly palm tower, she would definitely be valued by him. Today's small setback did not hit her. Very quickly, she regained her previous haughty, swan-like appearance. There should be something special about the man beside Ji Chuiwei. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Ji siblings to value him so much just because he is immortal. If I have time, I have to start with him. Chen Ning narrowed her eyes. She already had a plan in mind. After returning to the palace, Gu Changa looked at Yu Mingkong coldly and laughed without any self-awareness. What's wrong? What's the smell of jealousy? Where did the vinegar jar overturn? Yu Mingkong glared at him. You're not allowed to be good to other women in front of me. You are really overbearing. Gu Changa shook his head and said helplessly, a good chess piece was scared away by you. At least she mustered up the courage to recommend herself to you. Why don't you learn from her? I don't care. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, and then the corners of her mouth curled up. Her voice was cold and murderous. If I see her again, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and slap her to death. In the next few days, the surroundings of the heavenly spiral mountain range became more and more restless. Many rainbows and ancient chariots could be seen rolling past in the sky, making rumbling sounds. More and more cultivators and living beings heard that the heavenly palm tower was about to appear here and rushed over. In addition to the younger generation, there were also many experts of the older generation who had arrived. There were even some saints. Many forces in the vicinity were trembling with fear and anxiety. Since when had so many cultivators come to a place as remote as the heavenly spiral mountain range? In addition, The news of Gu Changa's appearance here also spread, causing an uproar. Many cultivators were shocked. They hadn't expected Gu Changa to come here after destroying the Purple Mansion. He planned to intervene and fight for the Heavenly Palm Tower. However, some people knew that Gu Changa actually had the Heavenly Palm Bottle, one of the 7 artifacts of the Heavenly Palm Tower. It wasn't surprising that he would come to fight for the Heavenly Palm Tower. After hearing the news, many people retreated and chose to leave. They knew they couldn't compete with Gu Changa. Of course, there were only a few cultivators with such thoughts. Most of them knew that treasures were Taoist objects where virtuous people lived. When the time came to fight for the treasures, it would depend on their own means. How could they choose to give in just because someone had a terrifying background? On the other hand, Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing, and others didn't leave the school of the Divine Ruins after bidding farewell to Gu Changa. Instead, they went to the Servant Peak, where the servant disciples lived, to discuss something with Jiang Qin. In front of the cottage, Jiang Qin was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone, practicing, feeling the flow of the spirit of the universe. He opened his eyes when he heard Ji Chuiwe's voice from far away. He looked over with a smile. So beautiful. However, he was struck dumb as soon as he saw Ji Chuiwe. Even though he was very strong-willed, he was still struck dumb for a while. Chapter 364. Ji Chuiwe was wearing a light yellow dress. She was tall and slim. Her pretty face was fair and shining. Her facial features were exquisite, like a fairy walking in the mountains. Her every frown and smile was otherworldly. Jiang Qin had seen many beautiful women. Although most of them were with Gu Changa, his enemy, it didn't stop him from enjoying her natural beauty. Different from Xiao Ruoyin's beauty, Ji Chuiwe's beauty was natural. She was flawless like a hibiscus in clear water, carved by nature. Ji Chuiwe was followed by her elder brother, Ji Yaoxing. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at my face?" Ji Chuiwe asked in confusion as she approached him. Jiang Qin coughed slightly and looked away. He had guessed Ji Chuiwe's appearance wasn't her real face, but a disguise. However, he hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. "I forgot!" Ji Chuiwe suddenly exclaimed. Not until then did she recall she had regained her original appearance. No wonder Jiang Qin had been staring at her. However, this helped her regain some confidence. When she had been with Gu Changa, he had been very calm. Her appearance hadn't changed at all. This caused Ji Chuiwe to feel a little frustrated. As a woman, how could she not care about her appearance? It was just that she hadn't shown it. Soon, Ji Chuiwe waved her hand casually. A misty light flashed across her face. She regained her usual, ordinary appearance. Jiang Qin was struck dumb. Not until then did he realize Ji Chuiwe had regained her original appearance because she had gone to see Gu Changa, not because she had come to see him. Although there was a faint sense of loss and discomfort in his heart, he quickly regained his calm. "You said you were a divine origin master." Ji Yaoxing came up to him. He came straight to the point. His eyes were shining with golden light, as if there were 2 little golden suns in them. He was staring at Jiang Qin, as if he was going to see through him. "Yes, I learned a little from my ancestor, but it was only a superficial knowledge," Jiang Qin said frankly. He wasn't worried about Ji Yaoxing's scrutiny at all. It is indeed a kind of saint body. Just after that, shock appeared on Ji Yaoxing's face. Since he also had a sacred body, he could easily detect the fluctuations in Jiang Qin's dantian. Although he had yet to open up his spiritual ocean, there was no mistaking the star-like brilliance. At the thought of this, he started to believe what Jiang Qin had said. He was a good seedling worth cultivating. Besides, if Jiang Qin was really a divine origin master, he would introduce him to the Ji family, which had been living in seclusion for a long time at any cost. The value of a divine origin master didn't need to be said. "Jiang Qin, didn't you say you were a divine origin master?" At this moment, Ji Chuiwe 757 also spoke. Her eyes were filled with inquiry and curiosity. Jiang Qin looked calm and confident. He had communicated with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind before they had arrived. Facing Ji Chuiwe and Ji Yaoxing's curious and puzzled expressions, he simply waved his hand in front of him. Wang. Suddenly, an indescribable charm and aura slowly flowed through the void, as if it could communicate with the mighty power of heaven and earth. Boom! Along with the loud noise, Ji Chuiwe and Ji Yaoxing were both surprised. The mountains in front of them started to move. The grass, rocks, rivers, lakes, and so on the ground were also moving in different directions, as if they were being pushed by a pair of invisible hands. The two found it hard to believe. They could only vaguely feel the geographical changes and a force called momentum. Is this the power of a divine origin master? Moving mountains and filling seas without using any magic power. It's really mysterious. Ji Chuiwe's pretty eyes were filled with surprise. She stared at Jiang Qin without blinking. If he were a practitioner, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do this. But he's only an ordinary person. No wonder the inheritance of divine origin masters was lost in the long river of history. Ji Yaoxing took a deep look at Jiang Qin. He already believed Jiang Qin was the successor of a divine origin master. A divine origin master who had disappeared in the long river of time had reappeared in the world. What kind of disturbance would it cause? See, brother, I told you I wasn't lying. Ji Chuiwe was smiling. Jiang Qin is really a divine origin master. This time, we'll definitely find the sky-reaching tower in front of everyone. She was very confident. Ji Yaoxing nodded. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, there's something I need to make clear to all of you. At this moment, Jiang Qin was very satisfied with the two's shocked expressions. Although this had nothing to do with him, it was more or less because of him. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of nature didn't let him down. However, he didn't forget another important thing. What is it? Just tell us. We'll do whatever you want as long as we can do it. Ji Chuiwe nodded. She was smiling. She thought Jiang Qin was going to take the opportunity to state his conditions. As a matter of fact, there's a grudge between me and Gu Chang'e. Jiang Qin wore a calm expression. He said each word clearly. What? Ji Yaoxing was struck dumb. Then his pupils shrank. He turned pale. What did you say? Ji Chuiwe was also struck dumb. She couldn't believe it. She even wondered whether she had misheard him. Jiang Qin said there was a grudge between him and Gu Chang'e? What was Jiang Qin's status? What was Gu Chang'e's status? How could he get in touch with Gu Chang'e? No, why did he say that all of a sudden? Did you know Gu Chang'e had come to the school of the divine ruins before this? Ji Chuiwe came to herself quickly. Gazing at Jiang Qin, she stopped smiling. She became very cautious. After all, this was related to Gu Chang'e. They had to take it seriously. Ji Yaoxing's face fell. He was calculating his gains and losses. I saw Gu Chang'e at that time, but considering other reasons, I didn't tell you about it. Jiang Qin seemed to have expected their reactions. He wasn't surprised at all. He said calmly, I told you this because I wanted you to be prepared. Otherwise, you'll think I'm tricking you. Besides, I'm not afraid you'll take me to see Gu Chang'e. He was confident. The black-robed senior wasn't far from where they were. He could show up at any time to take him away. It's not too late for you to tell us this now. Hearing this, Ji Chuiwe heaved a sigh of relief, then revealed a smile. Compared to the others, you still have a conscience. Jiang Qin didn't use this to trick them. If Gu Chang'e thought they were with Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be good. They would get into big trouble. Actually, you don't have to worry. Gu Chang'e and I do have grudges, but it's still unknown whether he remembers me or not. After all, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, I'm just an insignificant ant. He can stomp me to death easily. Jiang Qin smiled, but there was bitterness and self-mockery in his smile. At the same time, there was hatred in it. Ji Chuiwa understood. It wasn't Gu Changa who held grudges against Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin who held grudges against Gu Changa. Their focus was different. In this way, it would be much easier to deal with. After all, Gu Changa didn't have time to deal with such a trivial matter. As to how the grudge between Jiang Qin and Gu Changa had come about, it didn't matter. Leave the sect of the divine ruins now. Just pretend I didn't hear you. However, at this moment, Ji Yaoxing suddenly spoke. He sounded resolute. He was upright, but he wasn't stupid. Although Jiang Qin had a sacred body and the inheritance of a divine origin master, he had grudges against Gu Changa. Just this point alone was enough to make him a bomb that could explode at any time. Elder brother, are you stupid? It's true that Jiang Qin has grudges against Gu Changa, but it's none of our business. If Gu Changa knows about it, we'll just say we didn't know about it. Ji Chuiwa hurried to pull the serious-looking Ji Yaoxing aside and said in a low voice, "Besides, don't you understand? It's Jiang Qin who hates Gu Changa. As far as Gu Changa is concerned, he doesn't seem to know about Jiang Qin's existence at all. Why would he care about it? What do you mean?" Ji Yaoxing frowned. He didn't understand what she meant. We can ask Jiang Qin to change his appearance. Anyway, he's only an average person. It's easy for him to disguise himself. As long as Gu Changa doesn't look at him carefully, he won't see through him, Ji Chua said. Besides, Jiang Qin is a divine origin master. He can help us find the heavenly palm tower. Ji Yaoxing understood what she meant. Frowning, he pondered for a while. In the end, he nodded. Then the two discussed for a while. Then they walked up to Jiang Qin and told him their plan. Of course, Jiang Qin wouldn't turn her down. He wished he could change his appearance during this period, because he was worried Gu Changa would notice him. With Gu Changa's character, he probably wouldn't let him go. Then Ji Chuiwa helped Jiang Qin to change his appearance. From a handsome and tall man, he had turned into a youngster who was a few years younger. Even those who knew Jiang Qin best wouldn't be able to recognize him at this moment. Thank you, Miss Chuiwa. Jiang Qin was quite satisfied with his new appearance. At the same time, he was relieved. Great, we're running out of time. More and more practitioners are coming here. We have to find the heavenly palm tower as soon as possible. Ji Chuiwa said with a smile. Her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Then, after discussion, they decided to search around the Tianxian mountain range that night. In Jiang Qin's words, at midnight, the spirits of the universe and the terrain would converge to the lowest point of the day. When the sun and the moon started to rotate, many things that couldn't be sensed during the day would show up. This was great news for the Ji siblings, who wanted to find the heavenly palm tower. Before this, they were like headless flies. They didn't know where to find it at all. Jiang Qin also prepared some things according to the spirit of the celestial boat of good fortune, because the appearance of the heavenly palm tower would cause a great sensation and attract many people. At that time, he would need some means to protect himself. The Ji siblings were relieved. Then they left one after another. They planned to meet Jiang Qin at night. Not long after the Ji siblings left, a figure appeared behind Jiang Qin. A figure suddenly showed up behind Jiang Qin. He had a gloomy face and was wearing a black robe. He gave off a chilly vibe. Senior. Jiang Qin hurried to greet him. However, the black-robed old man didn't pay attention to him. He extended his cold hand and pressed it on Jiang Qin's shoulder, as if he was checking the results of his practice. Jiang Qin felt a strange power pass through his lungs and fall on his danton. You let me down. I gave you the inheritance of the 1,000 transformations demonic technique, but this is what you did. You haven't even developed your spiritual C yet? I wish I could slap you to death and find another inheritor, the black-robed old man said. The black-robed old man spoke. His voice was so cold that Jiang Qin couldn't help but shiver. Senior, with my current strength, it's difficult for me to kill the other disciples. They started practicing long ago. Jiang Qin tried to explain. It would be too difficult for him to kill them with his current strength. He would have to break through to the sea of spirit state at least to do that. You're really a piece of trash. This Ji family's divine son has a sacred body. As long as you devour his practice, you'll make great progress in a short time. The black-robed old man's voice was cold. That Ji family's girl has a good body. If you can't kill her, I can help you. Jiang Chen was shocked. When he was about to refuse, the black-robed old man disappeared. He didn't give him a chance to answer. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the black-robed old man was very strong. If he really attacked the Ji siblings, they would probably die. Moreover, he had a good impression of the Ji siblings. He didn't want to attack them. Looks like I have to start with the Worker Peak's disciples. Even if one of them is missing, it won't cause any trouble. Jiang Chen's look turned cold. He looked at the other houses. Killing intent rose in his heart. Jiang Chen can't help but want to attack. Looks like he'll help me find the Sky Palm Tower soon. On top of a mountain, Gu Changa gazed into the distance. Strange runes flashed in his eyes. They seemed to turn into black and white. The whole world changed color in his eyes. All kinds of lines representing rules, luck, general trend, geography, dragon veins, and so on could be seen clearly. In such a situation, almost all living creatures in a 10,000-mile radius couldn't escape his eyes. If Gu Changa wanted to, it would be easy for him to use his holy awareness to scan an area with a 1,000,000-mile radius. If he was asked to look for the Sky Palm Tower by himself, he could do it. However, Gu Changa found it troublesome and a waste of time. Wouldn't it be better to have the treasure-seeking mouse find it for him? At that moment, he could see clearly all of Jiang Chen's actions. He could see clearly all the details, including how he approached another worker disciple secretly, how he killed him with a sneak attack, and how he dragged him away and hit him. This made him smile with interest. Compared to the other sons of Providence who were bright and righteous, this son of Providence was more daring, careful, and adaptable. Jiang Chen, once you've tasted the benefits of such a practice, you'll be unable to control yourself. After all, it's like poison. Once you're infected, you won't be able to get rid of it. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Gu Changa's mouth. He had a deep understanding of such a feeling. This was why forbidden demonic techniques were so dreadful. He let the demonic technique, puppet, plant a demonic seed in Jiang Chen's body. On one hand, he wanted to control him better in the future. On the other hand, he wanted Jiang Chen to practice the 1,000 transformations demonic technique. After all, the function of the 1,000 transformations demonic technique was to provide him with ripe doctrine fruits so that he could pick them more easily in the future. Gu Changa was looking forward to seeing what Jiang Chen would become in the end if he kept developing. The sun of luck had suddenly gone astray. If the natural law sensed this, would it get angry? Soon night fell. The moonlight, which looked like a veil, hung over the mountains. It looked like they were wrapped in silver. It was very quiet, due to the fact that so many cultivators had come here during this period of time. Many of the ferocious beasts were frightened and fled to other places. The night was very quiet. Jiang Chen, Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing, and the others were walking on a path in the mountains. They were going deep into the mountains to look for changes in the terrain so that they could find the exact location of the Sky Palm Tower. Following them were the Ji's trusted subordinates. They were not worried that this matter would be leaked and attract other people's attention. The bright moon was high in the sky, but there was a faint fog rising. Ji Chuiwe was also holding a compass in her hand. Starlight was shining in it, as if it was holding a starry sky. It was also a secret treasure for exploration. Follow this path and go straight ahead. If you destroy the changes in the terrain, you should be able to find something, the artifact spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said, showing Jiang Chen the way out. However, Jiang Chen was walking at the front of the group calmly. He was leading the way for everyone, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Maybe we can really find the Sky Palm Tower tonight. Gazing at Jiang Qin walking ahead, Ji Chua's eyes lit up. She could not help but say to her brother, Ji Yaoxing, "Don't be too optimistic. It's said that the Sky Palm Tower is being carried by an immortal beast. If that immortal beast is alerted, we'll all be in trouble." Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice, "It's not realistic to find the Sky Palm Tower in one night." Ji Chua nodded. However, the people of the Ji family did not notice that not far behind them, there was a faint brilliance flashing in the darkness. Qin Ning was holding an ancient bronze mirror in her hand. The light reflected in the mirror was shining on her. Her and her subordinates' energies and figures seemed to have merged with the surroundings. It was hard to notice them. Looks like the Ji's siblings really have a way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to explore in the middle of the night. Although the youngster in front of them is in disguise, he should be the man who was with them. If I hadn't been careful and sent people to keep an eye on them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that they had already found some clues. No, I can't alert them now. I'll tell young Lord Chang'e about this when we find the Sky Palm Tower. He'll definitely think highly of me. Chen Ning's heart was pounding. She was very excited. Following them quietly, she did not make any sound. Chapter 365. We'll get a clue tonight. The moonlight was like water sprinkling through the window. It looked like algae intertwining with each other. It had a different kind of purity. On the bed, Yu Mingkong turned her head. Her hair was soft and smooth. She looked at Gu Chang'e's profile and asked in a low voice, "If my guess is right, the Sky Palm Tower will show up tonight." Gu Chang'e looked at the jade communication charm in his hand. He was very interested in it. It was sent by Qin Ning. Of course, she said she had found some information about the Sky Palm Tower. If she had more information, she would inform him as soon as possible. As to how Qin Ning got the information, Gu Chang'e was not interested. For him, even without Qin Ning, he could get the Sky Palm Tower easily. However, if Qin Ning intervened, it would save him a lot of trouble. He would have many excuses. So we're leaving now. Yu Mingkong vaguely guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. No rush. Gu Chang'e walked to the window with his hands behind his back. His robe was fluttering. He looked at the mountains in the distance. Squinting, he said, "The Sky Palm Tower hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Jiang Qin is doing. He's taking his sweet time." Jiang Qin? Yu Mingkong raised her eyebrows. She had never heard of this name before. She had no impression of it. A man of great luck from the lower realms. Gu Chang'e smiled and said briefly, "A man of great luck?" Yu Mingkong felt lost. She was thinking about the owner of the Sky Palm sword in her memory. Was he also the man of great luck that Gu Chang'e had mentioned? In her memory, the owner of the Sky Palm sword did have a lot of luck. And according to the time, the owner of the Sky Palm sword should show up soon. The great world of heaven, a world where swords were respected, however, she was not worried. This was because, in the memories of her previous life, that heaven-reaching sword master had been slapped to death by Gu Chang'e in the end. Gu Chang'e had forcefully taken away the heaven-reaching sword. According to the sequence of events, it was only a matter of time before the heaven-reaching sword fell into Gu Chang'e's hands. If we get the heavenly palm tower, we're only missing the heavenly wheel and heavenly sword. After gathering all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts, we will be able to find the immortal palace's hidden treasure. Yu Mingkong said softly, "I don't know where the sky-wielding sword is, but the sky-wielding wheel should be in the hands of the Ji siblings. I am very sure of this." Gu Chang'e smiled. The Ji siblings clearly knew the consequences of competing with him for the heavenly palm tower, but they still wanted to do so. This could only mean that they were determined to obtain the immortal palace's treasures. As for why this was the case, this meant that they definitely had other heaven-wielding artifacts in their hands. The heaven-wielding bottle, the heaven-wielding jar, the heaven-wielding mirror, and the heaven-wielding seal were all in Gu Changa's hands. Only the heaven-wielding tower, the heaven-wielding sword, and the heaven-wielding wheel were still missing. The heaven-wielding sword was the most mysterious. It was said that it had appeared in the past as a divine artifact with peerless sharpness and unparalleled offensive power. It had once set off a boundless bloody storm, causing countless people to fight over it. It was known as the number 1 divine artifact of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. There were even rumors that said that anyone who obtained the heaven-wielding sword would be able to grasp its mysteries and possess great power, becoming invincible in the world. Although these were all rumors, it showed how mysterious the heaven-wielding sword was. Gu Changa didn't think that the Ji siblings would have the heaven-wielding sword, so it was most likely that they had the heaven-wielding wheel. Hey, looks like there's news. We can go now. Suddenly, Gu Changa noticed the brilliance on the message talisman and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and nodded. Then the two called their followers over and flew into the air. They turned into divine rainbows and flew across the sky, leaving this place. On the other side, Jiang Chen, Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing, and the others had no idea that Qin Ninger was following them. They followed Jiang Chen into the depths of the mountains. The fog around them was getting thicker and thicker. It almost covered everything. The sky was pitch black. Even the moonlight couldn't shine in. Only a cold wind was blowing, penetrating their bones. They couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. This cold wind was no ordinary wind. It even contained some of the force of the rules of the universe. There are many innate formation patterns in the terrain ahead. We can't pass until we crack them. But we can also find another way out. Jiang Chen looked calm. Led by the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune, they passed through the formation patterns he had mentioned smoothly. Ji Chuiwe didn't believe it. Looking at the place where the divine light was shining, she threw a leaf over. Lights flashed in the air instantly, like many knife radiances. The leaf was torn into pieces in an instant. Ji Chuiwe and the others were shocked by the scene. The power of such weird innate formation patterns was dreadful. Even if a practitioner entered this place by mistake, his body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. If Jiang Chen hadn't warned them, they wouldn't have known such innate formation patterns were hidden here. Even if they had protective magic weapons, it would be troublesome if they ran into them. They might even be killed. Don't touch them. Jiang Chen looked back at Ji Chuiwe and frowned unhappily. He scolded her. If anything unusual happens here, other practitioners will be attracted here in the middle of the night. You'll be the one to suffer losses. Ji Chuiwe took back her hand, embarrassed. She couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "Why are you so mean to me? I'm just curious." Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing frowned. He said, "Can you keep your mouth shut? Since you promised Jiang Chen you'd listen to him when we're here, don't touch anything around here." Huh. Ji Chuiwe snorted, but she couldn't argue with him. She knew Jiang Chen was thinking for them. Although Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person, he had become the backbone of the team. Glancing at Jiang Chen, Ji Yaoxing's eyes flickered with a strange light, but they went back to normal soon. Soon, Jiang Chen and the others entered a relatively low-lying valley basin. The mountains nearby were high and lofty. They were hazy, like ferocious beasts standing there. "This should be where the heavenly palm tower is," Jiang Chen asserted calmly. He was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat in his mind. "We've searched this area before. We didn't expect such a valley to be hidden here. It's like a whole new world. It's incredible." Ji Chuiwe glanced around in surprise. In the end, she laid her eyes on the deep purple mountains deep in the valley. The valley was surrounded by purple lofty mountains. Each of them was emitting a purple mist. It was hazy. The valley was spacious, too. There were many ancient relics. Many collapsed underground palaces could be seen. It was obvious this place used to be a holy land. Even Ji Yaoxing was surprised by such a sight. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, they probably would never have found this place. This mountain isn't simple. There's a disturbing energy in it. Maybe something is sealed in it. Jiang Qin, can you tell what it is? Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. He laid his eyes on Jiang Qin. Then golden divine runes started to appear on his body. He looked like he was made of gold. Even his eyes were like small suns. Ji Yaoxing was sizing up the mountains in front of him. He was sizing up Jiang Qin too. At this moment, a powerful energy surged from him. He exerted his half-saint state cultivation. He was vigilant about the surroundings at all times. A jade-like flute appeared in Ji Chiyue's hand. Hovering in the air, it emitted a misty green light. She could throw it out at any time. Everyone was on guard. They were looking around vigilantly. Since they had arrived here, even their skin had been tingling with coldness. They couldn't help but shudder. I don't know, but I don't think it's anything good. Jiang Qin felt uneasy, too, but he forced himself to calm down. If a great battle broke out here, he didn't know whether he could survive with his current strength. Not to mention, he was actually still wary of the Ji siblings. He was worried that the Ji siblings would kick him to the curb. When he found the Sky Palm Tower for them, they would turn against him immediately. They would capture him and send him to Guchanga. Ji Chiyue looked innocent, but she was actually very clever. Although Ji Yaoxing was an upright person, he kept sizing up Jiang Qin on the way. In front of absolute benefits, it was hard to believe that a person's character could change anything. People were treacherous. Jiang Qin had to be cautious. He had a good impression of the Ji siblings, but the premise was that they wouldn't betray him. Little Qinzi, there's a familiar energy here. Don't act rashly. Let the Ji siblings explore it first. At this moment, the immortal boat's artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jiang Qin's mind. It sounded cautious. Besides, you're probably the only one who can get this opportunity. Its voice contained a wisp of unconcealable excitement and excitement. Only I can get this opportunity. Is there something else here besides the Sky Palm Tower? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, but he soon calmed down. However, the immortal boat's artifact spirit didn't answer him. According to the terrain, the Sky Palm Tower should be hidden here. Maybe it's in this purple mountain. Jiang Qin spoke in a calm and confident tone. There was a low mountain in the center of the valley. It looked like it was made of purple gold. It was more than 3,000 feet high, emitting a misty purple light. There seemed to be something hanging on it. Pointing at the purple mountain, Jiang Qin said to the Ji siblings, "Brother, our brother is right." "Brother," Jiang Qin said, "the sky-ruling tower is probably there. Are we going in now?" Ji Chiyue's eyes were shining with a light green light, like a green lake. She was sizing up the purple mountain in front of her. Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice, "I just checked it with my eye of heaven. This purple mountain is extremely dangerous. Anyone below the saint state will definitely die." His voice was cautious. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin looked calm and confident. He didn't want to go in at all. Then he looked down and said, "Chiyue, stay outside. I'll go in and check it out. If there is any danger, you can leave first. I have ways to protect myself. Don't worry." Ji Chiyue looked worried, but she didn't try to persuade him. Nodding, she said, "Brother, be careful." Hearing the Ji siblings' conversation, Jiang Qin couldn't help but look at Ji Yaoxing with appreciation. In such a situation, he still wanted to protect his sister. This Ji Yaoxing was really worth befriending. Those people who had been sizing him up didn't seem to believe him. Buzz! Then a buzzing sound came from the void. Ji Yaoxing started to move. He strode forward. Golden lights fell from his body. They flowed like water. He looked like a small sun, especially his arm bone. It was shrouded in layers of incomparably resplendent golden light, looking incomparably holy and pure. A divine bone? This divine son of the Ji family is also a man with great luck. The voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune sounded surprised. What's a divine bone? Jiang Qin was surprised. He had sensed how powerful Ji Yaoxing's arm bone was. He felt suffocated by it. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune explained it to him. She begged him for fresh flowers. A divine bone, as its name suggested, was the bone of a congenital divine being, and it was a hand bone. Jiang Qin vaguely saw an ancient golden divine being sitting in it with his legs crossed, reading an ancient scripture. Congenital divine beings weren't the same as so-called true gods. In ancient times, divine beings were recognized by the universe. They had the mark of the universe. They were the most mysterious creatures in the universe. Some congenital divine beings were born with the fighting power of the doctrine achievers. It was said that divine bones were the hardest bones left by ancient divine beings after they passed away or failed to achieve nirvana. They contained death and vitality. Some even said they could come back to life in the future. While Jiang Qin was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune, Ji Yaoxing turned into a golden divine light. He dashed toward the purple mountain. That's not good. He's going to beat us to it. At this moment, Chen Ning, who had been hiding behind Jiang Qin and the others, suddenly turned pale at the sight of this. At this moment, she didn't care about alerting the enemy. She had learned from the conversation between Jiang Qin and Ji Chuiwe that the sky-reaching tower was probably hiding here. This was the best chance for her. Whoosh! A whooshing sound came. Qin Ning threw a red long sword out. It was crystal clear and surrounded by a red glow. She threw it toward the purple mountain to stop Ji Yaoxing. Who's that? Ji Chuiwe, Jiang Qin, and the others were shocked. They turned pale, too. It had never occurred to them that there were other people here besides them. Ji Chuiwe's trusted subordinates looked over vigilantly. They all took out their weapons and looked toward where Chen Ning, and the others were. However, Ji Yaoxing moved very quickly. He only left behind a lightning-like afterimage in the void as he quickly entered the purple mountain. He did not stop because of the fiery red longsword that suddenly slashed at him. 0 people could faintly hear a rumbling sound coming from the purple mountain. It sounded like the sky had been split open. It was extremely heavy. Since you've been exposed, why don't you show yourself? Ji Chuiwe shouted coldly, frowning. She looked toward where the long sword had come from angrily. Jiang Qin took a few steps back calmly. He was worried that the fight would affect him. With his current frail body, any cultivator could easily kill him. And he was also curious about who was hiding there. Had they followed them here secretly? He became more vigilant at the thought of this. He had to be more cautious in the future. In this world, the methods of cultivators were simply unpredictable and impossible to guard against. Ji Chuiwe, how dare you come here secretly in the middle of the night? You found the sky-reaching tower, but you didn't inform young Lord Chang'e first. Instead, you planned to keep it for yourself? It was accompanied by a silvery laugh. Qin Ning, and the others showed up in the darkness. The ancient mirror in her hand was no longer shining. No one was hiding their energy anymore. They were all exposed. Qin Ning, it's you? You followed us secretly. You even brought a replica of that weapon with you? Ji Chuiwe frowned. She had a bad feeling when she saw the ancient mirror in Qin Ning's hand. She recognized the ancient mirror in Qin Ning's hand. Although it was simple and plain, it was a replica of the sky-reaching mirror. It was very effective in hiding one's energy and figure. No wonder they hadn't noticed Qin Ning, and the others before this. Cut the crap. Ji Chuiwe, how dare you? I wonder if young Lord Chang'e knows you came here in the middle of the night to find the sky-reaching tower. If I remember correctly, who was the one who said in front of young Master Chang'e that he would tell him immediately after obtaining clues about the heavenly palm tower? Qin Ning smiled. Her eyes were shining. She was tall and slim. Her hair was smooth. Her legs were white and straight. Her lips were red. Her eyes were watery. She was so beautiful that many young men couldn't move their eyes away from her. Not only Ji Chuiwe, but also Jiang Qin, who was behind her, turned pale when they heard this. Ji Chuiwe and Ji Yaoxing hadn't told him about this before. From the looks of it, the Ji siblings were indeed determined to obtain the heavenly Palm Tower. Jiang Qin couldn't help but guess that they probably still had some of the other sky-reaching 7 artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for the sky-reaching tower without telling Gu Chang'e. After all, they should know what the consequences would be. Between the consequences and the benefits, as long as one was more important, it would affect their judgment. So, they were prepared to offend Gu Chang'e. That's why they accepted it so quickly when they knew Gu Chang'e and I were enemies. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Qin Ning, or what do you mean? Ji Chuiwe said coldly. She looked like she didn't understand what Qin Ning I was talking about. Stop pretending. I'm listening to everything you said. Unless you kill me here today and destroy the evidence, you'll offend young Lord Chang'e. Chen Ning smiled faintly, a smile that made Ji Chuiwe loathe and dislike hung on her delicate face. In her opinion, as long as the Ji siblings weren't stupid, they would know what to do at this moment. Treasures belong to the virtuous. According to you, as long as young Lord Chang'e says something, all the treasures in the world will belong to him, and no one will be allowed to compete for them. That's really overbearing. However, before Ji Chuiwe could speak, Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. His tone was full of resentment and disdain. Therefore, Chapter 366. Jiang Qin, don't get involved in this matter. Ji Chuiwe couldn't help but glance at him, frowning. What Jiang Qin had said was equivalent to pushing them to Gu Chang'e's opposite side. He didn't leave any room for negotiation at all. Although she knew there was a grudge between Jiang Qin and Gu Chang'e, she was still unhappy with his decision. If you have the guts, say that in front of young Lord Chang'e. You're courting death. Qin Ning, I didn't care about Jiang Qin's mockery at all. She was still smiling. She even glanced at Jiang Qin disdainfully. A mortal who only knew a little bit about the general trend of the universe and the geographical changes. Did he really think he was a big shot? He even dared to provoke young Lord Chang'e? We'll explain this to young Lord Chang'e. It's you, Chen Ning, who followed us secretly. How dare you say such a shameless thing? Ji Chuiwe took a deep breath. She had calmed down. She couldn't help but say coldly, I was helping young Lord Chang'e find the Sky Palm Tower. I had no choice but to do this. Qin Ning shook her head and smiled. Her red dress was swaying. She walked towards Ji Chuiwe and the others slowly. I believe that all of you will understand my intentions. You. Ji Chuiwe looked angry. Her henchman behind her stepped forward to protect her. *th. Jiang Qin only wanted to curse at this moment. She was such a beautiful woman, but she had to flatter Gu Chang'e so much. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. At the same time, he felt resentful. Won't you think about how to explain this later? Qin Ning walked over smiling. Hearing this, Ji Chuiwe fell silent. She was secretly anxious. If Gu Chang'e knew about this, the JIS behind them would be in big trouble. They had asked Jiang Qin to help them find the Sky Palm Tower because they wanted to find the Sky Palm Tower secretly behind Gu Chang'e's back. Then they could leave with it. As long as he kept it a secret from Gu Chang'e, everything would be fine. But now, Chen Ning had personally witnessed everything that they had planned. If she told Gu Chang'e, even if Gu Chang'e didn't pursue the matter on the surface, they would have already offended Gu Chang'e. After all, this was no different from obeying in public, but opposing in private. Needless to say, she knew the consequences of offending Gu Chang'e. When she first made this decision, she and Ji Yaoxing had already guessed that this would be the result. However, they had held on to a fluke mentality and felt that as long as they could hide it, nothing would happen. For a moment, Ji Chuiwe couldn't think of a good solution. If there were any regrets, there would definitely be. However, they already had the heaven-wielding wheel of the 7 treasures of the heaven-wielding sect. If they gave up the heaven-wielding pagoda so easily, they would not be willing to accept it. Now that things had come to this, was there any way to salvage the situation? Chinning looked at Ji Chuiwe's slightly pale face and smiled even more brightly. If you have the time, I'd advise you to think about how to explain it to young Master Chang'e later. Although young Master Chang'e has a good temper, he can't tolerate sand in his eyes. I think you should know what happened to the Z Mansion. The reclusive G family behind you doesn't want to follow in his footsteps, right? As she spoke, she picked up the communication talisman in her hand and indicated that she had already informed Gu Chang'e. Seeing this, Ji Chuiwe's face turned even paler. She clenched her slender hands so tightly that her bony fingers turned white. You, she looked at Chinning, with a resentful gaze. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Ji Chuiwe never expected that Chinning would not only secretly follow them, but also inform Gu Chang'e about this matter. Why did they only take action in the middle of the night? Wasn't it because they were worried that Gu Chang'e would find out? Chinning current actions were simply planning to make them offend Gu Chang'e to the death. She was so heartless. She was so ruthless. Gu Chang'e is coming here. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression also changed slightly. Although he had changed his appearance, he still had an uncontrollable fear of Gu Chang'e. Little Chen, Z, the power of heaven and earth in this place can be used by me. For us, this is the most advantageous terrain, especially in that purple mountain. If my senses are not wrong, there is an opportunity that belongs only to you. However, at this moment, the voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune came again, resolute and decisive. A chance that belongs to me only? What on earth is that? You mentioned it just now. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked hurriedly. All you need to do is enter this purple mountain. I'm confident that I can use the terrain here to contend with the others. The voice of the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was full of confidence. Jiang Chen was relieved to hear this. He could not understand Ji Chuiwe's panic, as if the sky was falling. As far as he was concerned, he had done his duty by helping Ji Chuiwe and others find the heavenly palm tower. As for offending Gu Chang'e, hadn't the Ji siblings been prepared for this? How arrogant. I don't believe Gu Chang'e is so strong that he can do whatever he wants in the upper realm. No one can compete with him for the treasure he has set his mind on. Jiang Chen spoke again. He sounded indignant, as if he was persuading Ji Chuiwe, but more than that, he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Gu Chang'e. How dare an ant talk about young Lord Chang'e? You're courting death. Ji Chuiwe did not say anything in response. A cold look flashed in Chinning-er's eyes. She raised her hand. Several divine runes streaked across the air. They turned into arrows and shot toward Jiang Chen, intending to kill him there and then. Although she was far weaker than those top young supreme venerables, dealing with an ordinary person like Jiang Chen was as easy as stepping on an ant. Jiang Chen turned pale. He did not expect Chinning-er to be so vicious. She attacked without hesitation, showing no mercy at all. Stop! At the crucial moment, Ji Chuiwe gnashed her teeth and attacked. The green flute in her hand flew out. It turned into a hazy light. Like a cloud, it stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Chinning-er's attack for him. Even so, Jiang Chen turned pale. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He almost collapsed on the ground. Great. Ji Chuiwe, you are really bold. This ant insulted young Lord Chang'e. How dare you defend him? I think you are going to go against young Lord Chang'e. Chinning-er said with a cold smile. Ji Chuiwe turned pale. She wanted to explain, but she did not have the nerve to speak. With the status of her family, they would never have the nerve to go against Gu Changa, especially when it was something so obvious. However, it was impossible for her to watch Jiang Qin get killed without doing anything. She would just stand by and watch him die. She could not do that. Boom! However, at this moment, they suddenly heard a dreadful noise coming from the purple mountain behind them. It sounded like a wave, but also like a giant boulder rolling down. It kept rolling over. Everyone looked over with shocked expressions on their faces. They saw the mountain range, shrouded in purple mist, suddenly come to life. Thick purple mist started to emit from every rock. It covered the whole area in an instant. Such a change shocked everyone. Even Chen Ning, and the others looked over. They could not believe what they were seeing. Buzz! All of a sudden, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky. Like a small burning sun, it was scorching hot and dreadful. It dashed out of the purple mountain. Brother! Ji Chuiwe could not help but shout. She looked very worried. It was Ji Yaoxing, who had just broken into the purple mountain. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. His hair was disheveled. He was covered in blood. His robe was in tatters. He was in a mess. Apparently, he had run into some kind of danger. However, he still looked calm. He landed quickly from the air. He glanced at Ji Chuiwe. Then, he laid his eyes on Jiang Qin without saying anything. Brother, are you all right? Ji Chuiwe asked. She was very worried. At the same time, she told Ji Yaoxing what had happened outside. I'm fine. I heard about it in the Purple Mountain. Ji Yaoxing nodded, telling her not to worry. Elder brother Yaoxing, did you get anything there? Chen Ning asked with a smile, as if she were waiting for a good show. I know where the Sky Palm Tower is, Ji Yaoxing said calmly, but it'll take me some time to find it. Chen Ning was struck dumb. Apparently, she had not expected Ji Yaoxing to be so calm. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing said calmly again, I didn't expect you to follow me. I didn't expect you to follow in the dark. I'm afraid this matter will alarm young Master Chang'e. I plan to give the Sky Palm Tower to young Lord Chang'e after I got it. This will save him some trouble. But I have to trouble young Lord Chang'e to deal with such a trivial matter. Miss Ning, I'll see how you explain it to young Lord Chang'e. What? Not only was Chen Ning struck dumb, but his younger sister Ji Chuiwe was also struck dumb. She did not come to herself for a good while. Jiang Qin sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere. He could not help but frown. Brother, what do you mean? Ji Chuiwe felt dizzy. She did not understand Ji Yaoxing's words. Chen Ning frowned. She could not help but ask, Ji Yaoxing, what do you mean? Why do you want me to explain it to young Lord Chang'e? She was not polite at all. She called Ji Yaoxing by his full name directly. It's because of what you did that ruined my plan. Ji Yaoxing's voice was calm. Together with his calm expression, he gave people an indescribable sense of trust. Ji Chuiwe was also at a loss. Did her brother have a plan that he hadn't told her? What do you mean? Tell me clearly. Chen Ning's voice was very cold. The Sky Palm Tower that young Lord Chang'e wants is here, but I can't take it out with my ability. I can't even find it. Jiang Qin, who is behind me, is a divine origin master. With him, it will be easy for us to find the Sky Palm Tower and take it out. Ji Yaoxing's voice was very calm, as if he was stating a fact. At the same time, he exposed Jiang Qin's identity. He pointed at Jiang Qin immediately. Ji Yaoxing, you've outlived your usefulness. Jiang Qin's expression changed drastically. He stared at Ji Yaoxing angrily. What he was most worried about had happened. However, Ji Yaoxing did not care about him. He did not even look at him. Hearing this, Chen Ning's expression changed a little. She began to feel bewildered. If Gu Chang'e's plan was ruined because of her, she would be the one who deserved to die. Even if she had to die to apologize, she would not be qualified to do so. Divine origin, master? Gazing at Jiang Qin, she was somewhat shocked. She sized him up carefully. Of course, she knew what this meant. No wonder he's so capable. Then Qin Ning smiled coldly. But what does what you've told me have to do with your plan? Jiang Qin has a grudge against young Lord Chang'e. He didn't want to help us find the Sky Palm Tower after learning about it. That's why my sister and I had to resort to this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to help us find the Sky Palm Tower. Ji Yaoxing sighed. His expression changed slightly. Unfortunately, because of you, we have to give up on this plan. The Sky Palm Tower is here, but without a divine origin master's help, we can't take it out. Since he had made it so clear, everyone knew what he meant. So there's such a thing? Does he have a grudge against young Lord Chang'e? Chen Ning could not tell whether Ji Yaoxing was telling the truth. However, if this divine origin master in front of them had a grudge against Gu Chang'e, the Ji siblings would not have the guts to take him in. Elder brother, Ji Chuiwa looked at Ji Yaoxing in a daze. It seemed she had not expected him to say that either. He had pushed all the blame to Jiang Qin. This made her feel that the Ji Yaoxing in front of her had become very strange. In the past, he would never have said such a thing, nor would he have done such a thing. He had betrayed her and burned the bridge after crossing it? Although she knew her elder brother was doing this for her and for the family, she could not accept it at the moment. She threw Jiang Qin an apologetic look, but Jiang Qin did not notice her. Ji Yaoxing, I didn't expect an upright person like you to do such a thing. I was blind today. I should have led the way for you. I won't forget what you did today. Jiang Qin could not help but smile coldly. His look was very cold. There was no anger or hatred in his eyes. He was completely disappointed. He didn't expect that the first thing Ji Yaoxing did after he showed up would be to sell him out. He had sold him out, and he had cut off all ties with him. Jiang Qin was aware that if this night's incident hadn't occurred, Ji Yaoxing would have spoken in a completely different way. Previously, he had even thought that Ji Yaoxing was someone he could befriend. He was totally blind. Well, catch him then. I don't believe he will have the nerve to disobey us if we torture him. Then Qin Ning's look towards Jiang Qin became cold. However, at this moment, divine rainbows flashed in the distant sky. They were very obvious in the dark night. A group of people were coming. The leaders were a man and a woman. Their robes were fluttering in the wind. They looked very elegant. They were Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. Jiang Qin turned pale. He wanted to leave, but he did not have the nerve to move because everyone was staring at him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Seeing Gu Chang'e coming, Qin Ning hurried to greet him. She was a little nervous. According to Ji Yaoxing's words, she had indeed ruined his plan. Besides, it was she who had informed Gu Chang'e that he would come here. However, after coming here, she had only seen traces of the heavenly palm tower. She had not seen the real one. Compared to Ji Yaoxing's prudent approach, she had been reckless. She could not help but break out in a cold sweat at the thought of Gu Chang'e blaming her. Young Lord Chang'e, the brother and sister of the Ji family, also hurried to greet him. However, compared to Ji Yaoxing, who was very calm, Ji Chuiwa was very nervous. Oh, I seem to have come too late. Did I miss something? Gu Chang'e did not pay attention to them. There was a faint smile on his face as his gaze fell on Ji Chuiwa and Ji Yaoxing. He seemed to be interested in them. Ji Chuiwa's expression changed slightly. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She had not had such a direct feeling when she had met Gu Chang'e. However, at that moment, she only felt a dreadful pressure coming at her. She was almost suffocating and out of breath. Young Lord Chang'e, it's like this. At that moment, Qin Ning hurriedly reported what had just happened, not daring to hide anything. She told him everything, including how she had followed the brother and sister of the Ji family, how she had overheard their conversation, and how Ji Yaoxing had explained to him. Yu Mingkong took a deep look at Ji Yaoxing. She looked cold and deep, but she did not say anything. She certainly knew what Ji Yaoxing was thinking, but she did not want to point it out. She wanted to know how the brother and sister of the Ji family were going to solve this problem. After hearing this, Gu Changa smiled at Qin Ning and said, "It's been hard on you." "Young Lord Changa, you are welcome. It's my honor." Qin Ning was flattered by Gu Changa's words instead of blaming her. She hurried to wave her hand. To be able to hear these words, in her opinion, it was all worth it. "Elder brother Yaoxing, I heard you are going to help me find the Sky Palm Tower?" Then Gu Changa looked at Ji Yaoxing with interest. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Although Ji Yaoxing maintained his composure, Ji Chuiyue could clearly see that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that her elder brother was not as calm and steady as he looked. When facing Gu Changa, they could finally experience the power that was said to make people tremble in fear and their divine souls tremble. This was the kind of huge gap that was difficult to cross. "Young Lord Changa, my sister and I had this idea when we heard you were going to look for the Sky Palm Tower. However, Jiang Chen did not cooperate with us, so we came up with this plan." Ji Yaoxing said calmly, "Besides, my sister and I are going to contact our families after we find the Sky Palm Tower. We will give the Sky Palm wheels we have to young Lord Changa as a gift. It's a pity that we didn't tell Miss Qin Ning about this. That's why young Lord Changa got involved. I'm sorry." "What?" Not only Qin Ning was struck dumb by Ji Yaoxing's words. Even Jiang Chen, who had been staring at Ji Yaoxing with hatred and coldness, was struck dumb. "You have the Sky Palm wheels?" Chen Ning could not believe what she had heard. It was like a dream. The Ji siblings were going to give the Sky Palm wheels away. This was beyond her expectation. However, it seemed like this was the only way. "Yeah, that's what happened." Hearing this, Gu Changa didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. His gaze fell on Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue. "It's true. I wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Changa." Ji Yaoxing looked at him calmly. He was sweating. Ji Chuiyue lowered her head. She clenched her fists. She knew why her brother had said this. After all, they were in a disadvantageous situation. Ji Yaoxing's explanation could fool Qin Ning and others, but it could not fool Gu Changa. Instead of offending Gu Changa, it would be better to give the Sky Palm wheels to him. In this way, even if Gu Changa knew the whole story, he would not look into it for the sake of the Sky Palm wheels. "So, thank you, Taoist brother Yaoxing." Finally, Gu Changa smiled. Her smile was light, and she withdrew her gaze. Not until then did the Ji siblings come to themselves from the dreadful power. They felt their backs were soaked with sweat. A breeze blew by. It was bone-chilling. Chapter 367. The full moon was like a string wrapped in silver light. The purple mountain stood tall, flowing with a misty purple light. From time to time, terrifying sounds came from it, like rolling boulders, rumbling. In the valley, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and lowered their eyes, not daring to say anything. Even Chen Ning could not help but feel a chill on her back, and her face was slightly pale. Although Gu Changa was not asking her that just now. However, that kind of soul-shaking and suffocating feeling was like a nightmare that lingered around everyone. Finally, Gu Changa retracted his gaze and smiled. The terrifying feeling that shrouded everyone's heads dissipated slightly. Everyone felt as if they had been fished out of the water. Their limbs were cold, and their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Qin Ning and the others even suspected that if Ji Yaoxing had said something wrong just now, they would have been greeted with a destructive blow. Even in the rumors, Gu Changa's strength was an existence that could fight with a quasi-supreme. If he wanted to kill Ji Yaoxing, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Young Master Changa, don't worry. Although I didn't get the Heavenly Palm Tower today, I've already sent my family over. But Yao Xing has already informed the family and will be able to send the celestial palm will over soon. It can be considered as a small apology. I hope that young Master Chang'e will be magnanimous and forgive me and my sister's mistake today." Ji Yaoxing heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and said with a respectful expression, "Brother Yaoxing, you're so considerate. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." Hearing that, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, still looking calm. How could he not know what everyone was thinking? But he did not care. Even if Ji Yaoxing did not hand over the heavenly palm tower, he would find an opportunity to force the Ji family to hand it over. Ji Yaoxing being so reasonable saved him some trouble. Ji Chuiwe looked at Gu Chang'e in fear and quickly lowered her head. When she first saw Gu Chang'e, she was only curious. What kind of existence was this rumored #1 person of the younger generation? She could not feel his terrifying power that was enough to make the upper realm tremble. It was only today that she fully experienced it. Just now, she almost couldn't stand properly. She suspected that even if their father, the head of the reclusive Ji family, stood in front of Gu Chang'e today, his performance would not be any better than theirs. "Young Lord Chang'e, how are you going to deal with Jiang Qin?" Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, the stone in Ji Yaoxing's heart finally fell, and he seemed much more relaxed. His calm and reserved face suddenly lit up. He looked at Jiang Qin, who was standing behind him with a pale face and seemed to be in shock. Jiang Qin still hadn't recovered from the shock. 29, his expression changed when he heard that Ji Yaoxing wanted to deal with him. He didn't have time to think too much. He quickly asked the spirit of the immortal boat in his mind what he had to do to survive today. "Your only choice now is to escape into the purple mountain behind you. The faster, the better. As long as you get there, I'll be able to use the terrain there to fight against them. This is your only way out. I didn't expect that the Ji siblings wouldn't help you. I overestimated their courage and guts, but I also underestimated Gu Chang'e's power." The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat was unprecedentedly heavy. "But how can I escape from them? They'll catch up with me in an instant." Jiang Qin frowned. He was very nervous. He had been thinking about escaping, but Ji Yaoxing's subordinates and Chen Ning, subordinates, were watching him closely. He did not have the nerve to act rashly. "I'll take advantage of the situation here to create a chance for you to escape. You should seize the opportunity. Don't miss it," the spirit of the immortal boat said in a low voice. Jiang Qin nodded. He felt very heavy too. If he was careless, both his body and soul would be destroyed. He was very nervous. His palms and back were sweating. "Jiang Qin? This name sounds familiar to me." Ji Yaoxing had said that. Gu Chang'e thought for a while. Then he looked like he was thinking. "But I don't think I've seen this face before." He laid his eyes on Jiang Qin with interest, as if he was going to size him up thoroughly. "Jiang Qin has the inheritance of a divine origin master." He said he had a grudge against young Lord Chang'e. He changed his appearance because he was worried young Lord Chang'e would notice him. "This isn't his original appearance," Ji Yaoxing explained in a low voice. "Oh, a divine origin master?" He changed his appearance. "Did I remember it wrong? I don't remember having a grudge against any divine origin master." Gu Chang'e was still smiling. He didn't seem to care at all. Jiang Qin said it himself. He wouldn't dare lie to young Lord Chang'e, Ji Yaoxing explained. At the same time, he looked towards Jiang Qin coldly. "He tried many times to instigate my sister and me to murder young Lord Chang'e. He tried to push the Ji family into a deep abyss. He deserves to be killed." Chen Ning and the others were also surprised. They hadn't expected this youngster with a divine origin master to have the nerve to do that. Murder Gu Chang'e? How daring and brave did he have to be? Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't say anything. He didn't look away, but he seemed to be pondering. Jiang Qin knew Gu Chang'e must have known who he was, but he hadn't pointed it out. At that moment, he said with a cold expression, Gu Changa, you really have a short memory. I still remember clearly the enmity between me and my companions. As he spoke, his expression changed. According to the method Ji Chuiwa had taught him, he showed his true face. In an instant, Jiang Qin turned from a youngster into a young man. His appearance had changed so much that everyone was surprised. Seeing this, Gu Changa nodded. Then he said with interest, "It's you. But what do you mean by that? I let you go out of kindness, but now you blame me. Aren't you ungrateful? Even an ungrateful person shouldn't be like this. Don't you think so?" When Jiang Chen heard his casual and indifferent tone, he felt an indescribable anger surging to his head. However, he forced himself to calm down. He said coldly, "You don't even dare admit what you've done. Gu Changa, can you be more shameless than this? You let us go on the surface, but in fact, you sent people to kill us. Ruoyin is so pure and kind. She trusted you so much that she couldn't see your true face." As soon as he mentioned Xiao Ruoyin, he felt an indescribable hatred and pain. It spread from the bottom of his heart, as if it was going to tear him apart. People were confused by the hatred between Jiang Qin and Gu Changa. They didn't know what had happened. Let them go? Kill them all? Yu Mingkong was the only one who glanced at Gu Changa. She was pondering. She was thinking about the woman Jiang Qin had mentioned. Who was she? It looked like another woman had fallen into Gu Changa's hands without her knowledge. And that was why Jiang Qin had become enemies with Gu Changa. Yu Mingkong felt that she had to ask Gu Changa about the woman named Ruoyin when she had the time. That's what you're talking about. Xiao Ruoyin has a legendary body. She's not in the same world as you. It's not good for you to be entangled with her. You still don't understand? Gu Changa said casually, as if he had lost interest in Jiang Qin. Stop fooling around, Gu Changa. That's just an excuse. Ruoyin is new to this world. She doesn't know anything. That's why she was fooled by you. She couldn't see your true face. Jiang Qin was extremely angry. He looked like he was going to skin Gu Changa alive. How dare you? Master let you go out of kindness. It's okay if you don't appreciate it, but now you're making false accusations. Master is kind. He doesn't want to lower himself to your level. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for attacking you. If Master wants to kill you, there won't be a place for you in the entire upper realm. You won't be able to survive. However, Gu Changa didn't want to talk to Jiang Qin anymore. He looked calm. He didn't even look at Jiang Qin. It was a follower behind him who had spoken. It had a terrifying appearance, like a yiksha. It was full of energy and killing intent. Its words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. Although it sounded very arrogant and domineering, this was the truth. That was true. With Gu Changa's power, if he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, how could he, an ordinary person, escape? Jiang Qin got even angrier. He couldn't help but smile coldly. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been killed by those creatures he sent. Of course, I wouldn't have survived until now. You're courting death. You're courting death. The yiksha-like creature flew into a rage. It was going to attack Jiang Qin. A dreadful cyan palm print flew across the sky. It was going to fall from the sky, giving off a terrifying roar. The ground was shaking. The mountains were rumbling. Many energies were intertwined. It was extremely powerful. Even a genius of the saint state would have to be cautious, let alone a mortal like Jiang Qin. You! Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His face turned pale and desperate. He hadn't expected his rival to be so cruel. He didn't want to give him any chance to escape. He was going to kill him here. Chunning, and the others were watching this indifferently. They didn't show any emotion. Ji Yaoxing also looked the same. Only Ji Chuiwa couldn't bear it. She lowered her head. She couldn't bear to watch this. At first, she had thought Jiang Qin was fun. That was why she had sent him so many spiritual herbs to practice. Then she had become curious about the divine origin master techniques he had shown. However, No one had expected the hatred between Jiang Qin and Gu Chang'e to be so great. Besides, the JIS who had been living in seclusion were also involved. If they didn't want to follow the Zifu's example, they had to cut ties with Jiang Qin. The best way was to blame all the troubles on Jiang Qin. "I'm sorry, Jiang Qin." Ji Qiue's look dimmed. She felt guilty, but she didn't have the nerve to help him. "Gu Chang'e, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Jiang Qin was desperate. He couldn't help but shout at the palm that could crush him into a bloody mist. Boom! Boom! The air was shaking, as if it was going to explode. "Leave now." However, at this critical moment, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared. A black-robed old man suddenly appeared. His face was cold and gloomy, but there was a terrifying Saint Realm pressure circulating around his body. He waved his sleeve to ward off the palm that was falling down. At the same time, he grabbed Jiang Qin, who was pale and desperate, and flew into the purple mountain at high speed. For Jiang Qin, the way forward was blocked. The only way back was in the purple mountain behind him. Senior, black-robed, Jiang Qin opened his eyes wide. He hadn't expected the black-robed senior to show up again to save him at his most desperate moment. At this moment, he was extremely excited and touched. "You're so stupid. The G siblings can't be trusted. You were so stupid to lead the way for them. Now you regret it?" The black-robed old man spoke as if he had expected better from Jiang Qin. He wished he could slap Jiang Qin to death. Even so, his movements were still very fast. He grabbed Jiang Qin and fled into the purple mountain. He turned into a black light and disappeared in a second. "Who is this guy? If I'm not mistaken, he should be a great saint, right?" This sudden scene shocked everyone. No one had expected Jiang Qin to have such a strong man behind him. He had saved Jiang Qin at such a critical moment. And this black-robed old man was really bold. He had saved Jiang Qin from Gu Chang'e so openly. This action was tantamount to making Gu Chang'e angry. They didn't know who this black-robed old man was, but even though he was a great saint, he would probably die after offending Gu Chang'e. As had been said before, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. Jiang Qin unexpectedly has a great Saint Realm expert behind him. It's no wonder that he was so confident and spoke to us in such a manner. But why did he join the school of the Divine Ruins? Did he know where the Heavenly Palm Tower was, so he came here on purpose? What he said and did was just to cover up. Ji Yaoxing frowned. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Glancing at Gu Chang'e, who looked a bit sullen, he didn't have the nerve to ask. "Master, please forgive me." The yiksha-like creature was going to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. After all, it was his carelessness that allowed the black-robed old man to show up suddenly and save Jiang Qin. Gu Chang'e waved his hand. He looked normal again. He said, "It's none of your business." Looks like Jiang Qin is confident. That's why he has the nerve to talk like that. A great saint is behind him. Looks like he's had a lot of opportunities recently. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She had a feeling Gu Chang'e was implying something. When the black-robed old man appeared just now, his expression was calm and did not change in the slightest. It was obvious that he had long expected this scene. So, she couldn't help but wonder, if Jiang Qin was Gu Chang'e's pawn, what about the black-robed old man? She felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of this. As expected, once one was targeted by Gu Chang'e, it would be his worst nightmare. It would be impossible to get rid of him for the rest of one's life. Jiang Qin has a great saint behind him. Ji Yue couldn't believe it. Ji Qiue only reacted after a long while. For some reason, she felt a chill run down her spine. What was Jiang Qin's purpose for joining the school of the Divine Ruins? Judging from what he had done, the black-robed old man was probably his protector. The Purple Mountain is extremely dangerous. Even if Jiang Qin goes there, he'll definitely die. Besides, I don't think there's a way out behind the Purple Mountain. The only way out is with us. Even if he's lucky enough to escape, He'll have to leave here in the end. At this moment, Chen Ning couldn't help but say, she was sure Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to escape. All they had to do was wait at the entrance of the Purple Mountain and wait for Jiang Qin to walk into the trap. However, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. He said in a deep voice, the Purple Mountain is steep. It's a space of its own. Although it's dangerous, Jiang Qin is a divine origin master. He has many mysterious methods. Maybe he can find a way out there. When I explored the Purple Mountain, I found many ancient creatures were suppressed there. The closer you were to the Purple Mountain, the stronger those creatures were. Some of them were even stronger than the Saint State. He didn't think Jiang Qin would die there. If it hadn't been for Jiang Qin, they probably wouldn't have found the Sky Palm Tower. So, he guessed Jiang Qin must have had the nerve to escape into the Purple Mountain because he was confident about something. Since the Sky Palm Tower is in the Purple Mountain, I'll find it even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Jiang Qin isn't a threat at all. Gu Chang'e smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. Then his followers turned into holy rainbows and soared into the sky. They dashed into the Purple Mountain. They didn't want to waste any more time there. Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong didn't plan to enter the Purple Mountain. So Ning will send her subordinates to explore the Purple Mountain. She'll help young Lord Chang'e catch Jiang Qin by the way. Seeing this, Chen Ning turned serious. She hurried to say. Then she started to give orders to her subordinates. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei glanced at each other. They didn't dare waste any more time. They started to give orders to their subordinates. They were going to enter the Purple Mountain to look for the Sky Palm Tower and catch Jiang Qin. Suddenly, the Purple Mountain was full of brilliant lights. Although they knew the Purple Mountain was full of dangers, they didn't dare disobey Gu Chang'e. They hurried to enter the Purple Mountain. They didn't dare waste any time. Was it important to be a tool at this moment? Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were left there. Even the Ji siblings had chosen not to stay outside. How sure are you that Jiang Qin can find the Sky Palm Tower? Yu Mingkong was curious. She laid her eyes on Gu Chang'e. She didn't ask Gu Chang'e what his plan was. She only wanted to know why he was so sure that Jiang Qin could find the Sky Palm Tower. 100%, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He looked like he could see through the whole Purple Mountain and see what was inside. He wasn't confident in Jiang Qin. He was confident in Jiang Qin's luck. Otherwise, how could he be called the son of luck? Besides, Jiang Qin had another holy object, the fairy boat of good fortune. With the help of the fairy boat of good fortune, wouldn't it be easy for Jiang Qin to get the Sky Palm Tower? The Ji siblings and Chen Ning were only there to serve as a foil for Jiang Qin. Unknowingly, you've already schemed to such a deep level. Everyone has become a tool in your hands. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. She looked very calm. She didn't think he could be described as a monster. It's not really a plan. It just went well. Besides the Sky Palm Tower, I've got the Sky Palm Wheel. It's a pleasant surprise. Now I'm just waiting for Jiang Qin to find the Sky Palm Tower for me. Gu Chang'e smiled non-committally. Chapter 368. The Purple Mountain was very spacious. It was not as steep and high as the outside world. There were crisscrossing paths inside, shining with all kinds of lights, leading in all directions. As the misty purple light fell, it felt like a giant mountain was hanging over people's heads. It gave people an inexplicable pressure. Rocks were scattered everywhere. There were all kinds of marks on the walls. There were knife, spear, sword, halberd, and claw marks, as if they were telling the story of the battle that had taken place here. As soon as Jiang Qin and the black-robed old man arrived here, they felt a great and dreadful pressure falling from above, as if it was going to crush them. Could it be that the Purple Mountain is suppressing something? The black-robed old man frowned. He chose a random path and walked on it. Then he could not help but curse. He threw Jiang Qin onto the ground unhappily. "Senior, Thank you for saving my life again. I won't forget it." Jiang Chen hurried to get to his feet. He did not blame the black-robed old man for his rude behavior. Instead, he bowed to him respectfully. He was very grateful. He had been desperate. He did not have any way to fight back. Even the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind could not save him in time. However, to his surprise, the black-robed old man had been following him secretly and had saved him again. He was grateful and excited. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it, forget it. Whenever you can make this old man feel less worried, that would be the greatest gratitude you can give to this old man. The black-robed old man snorted. He was very unhappy. Why don't you just practice in the School of Divine Ruins? Why don't you think about revenge when you've achieved something? But you don't listen to me. You think you're capable, so you want to meddle in everything. I can save you once, but do you think I can save you all the time? It's not like you don't know how scary that Gu Changa is. Why do you have to provoke him? If there's a next time, I won't save you. Although the black-robed old man was scolding him, Jiang Qin felt warm in his heart when he realized the old man was really worried about him. Although the black-robed old man was not a good person, he had saved him many times. On the other hand, although Gu Changa, Jiaoxing, and the others looked righteous, their actions were much more ruthless than the black-robed old man. "Senior, I understand. Once I'm done here, I'll find a place to bitterly cultivate the myriad demonic metamorphosis technique. I'll only come out when my cultivation base is high enough." Jiang Chen looked resolute as he promised. After the events of the past few days, he had deeply felt the importance of power in this world. The reason why Gu Changa could easily suppress Ji Chuiwe, Jiaoxing, and the others and make them treat him with respect and reverence was because Gu Changa was stronger than them. It's useless to talk about this now. That Gu Changa definitely won't let you go. This purple mountain is very mysterious. In this place, even this old man is greatly restricted. It's very difficult for me to help you. If you can't find a way out here, you'll end up dead. Revenge? The black-robed old man smiled coldly. He looked quite disdainful. Jiang Qin also understood the importance of this matter. There was no way out, and there were pursuers behind, so he hurried to communicate with the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat in his mind. The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat had told him it would be able to deal with other enemies after entering the Purple Mountain. This gave Jiang Qin a glimmer of hope. "Don't worry, little Qinzi. I've sensed a familiar energy here. It seems to have been left by an old acquaintance of the Celestial Palace. As the artifact spirit and the artifact body of the blessed immortal boat, we won't run into any danger here." The artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat said confidently. Jiang Qin was overjoyed to hear that. He did not doubt it at all. Although the artifact spirit of the blessed immortal boat could be very unreliable sometimes, at this moment they were in the same boat. How could it joke around? That's not good. Someone is breaking in from outside. Hurry up and go deeper. I'll block them for you. However, at this moment, the black-robed old man seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned pale. He said to Jiang Qin anxiously, "They've caught up with us?" Jiang Qin also turned pale. He realized how urgent this matter was. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to the black-robed old man. However, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he asked, "Senior, what about you?" "Don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to get away after blocking them. I'll come to join you. You must find a way to survive before that. Otherwise, if Gu Changa catches up with us, we'll both die." The black-robed old man looked unprecedentedly serious. After saying that, he walked back to the path he came from. A dreadful energy spread everywhere. A black long knife surrounded by a black light appeared in his hand. He threw the knife at the many practitioners who had caught up with him. It was extremely powerful, as if it was going to split the void open. The people who had caught up with him spurted blood and retreated. They were not a match for a great saint. Senior, be careful. I'll leave a route according to the method you've taught me. You must follow me. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. He did not have the nerve to stay here for long. Then he fled into the depths of the Purple Mountain, although the dreadful energy over his head could fall at any time, as if it was so heavy that it could crush him into pieces. He did not care. He believed the spirit of the vessel of fortune. He fled into the depths of the Purple Mountain. He did not dare stay there. Boom! The dreadful sound of fighting echoed in the Purple Mountain. Many mysterious creatures, sleeping in the corners, were alerted. They all went to where the fight was taking place. It was a smooth journey. The closer one got to the depths of the Purple Mountain, the more terrifying it was. Purple mist would seep out from between some of the mountain rocks. It was very mysterious, but also very dangerous. Jiang Chen saw with his own eyes a mysterious creature in the Purple Mountain turn into a mist of blood in an instant when it came into contact with the purple fog. He was shocked. A dreadful chill ran down his spine. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of fortune, he was able to reverse the topography of this place. He went deeper into the Purple Mountain safely. Some creatures with dreadful energies noticed him, but they did not attack him. They just glanced at him, as if he was one of their kind. They did not pay much attention to him. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally felt relieved. He had been tense for a long time. Little Chinzi, keep going. I've sensed the palace's location. If I'm not wrong, we're going to be rich. The spirit of the vessel of fortune sounded excited, as if it had seen the treasure and found it for them. Jiang Chen nodded. He did not stop. Following the spirit of the vessel of fortune's words, he kept going. However, when he arrived at the cave, his expression changed drastically. It could be seen that the walls were covered in bloodstains that had long dried up. However, it was still a ghastly sight, leaving one horrified. They didn't know what happened here before. There was a layer of white bones under his feet. They were of different shapes, including those of humans and other races. Some of them were sparkling like jade, while some were as black as ink. They were as tall as hills. However, the road ahead was cut off when he arrived here, but it was not cut off. Instead, he saw an indestructible stone wall. It shone with the same light and material as the Purple Mountain. He could not crack it at all. This Purple Mountain's material was extremely sturdy and special. Even if cultivators fought inside, it would be difficult to damage it in the slightest. Is this a dead end? Jiang Chen frowned. He had not expected to be stopped here after following the guidance of the vessel of fortune. Don't worry. There must be a way. Let me try to find it, the spirit of the vessel of fortune said. Jiang Chen nodded. Then the shadow of a bronze flying boat appeared between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. Then it merged with the stone wall in front of him slowly, as if it was going to go through to the other side. There is a way here, the spirit of the vessel of fortune said in a pleasantly surprised voice. Really? Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised, too. I'm going to open this stone wall. Except for me, no one can open it. This Purple Mountain is much harder than I imagined. I suspect it doesn't belong to this realm. Even Guchanga won't be able to pass through here, the spirit of the vessel of fortune said confidently. At the same time, a misty light appeared. It looked like veins of stars were intertwining here. In the end, they showed up on the stone wall and connected with each other. Rumble. In an instant, there was a loud noise. The mountain gave way to the stone wall. The stone wall opened up. On the other side, Chen Ning, Ji Chuiwe, Ji Yaoxing, and the others were looking for Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man, but they were not together. After all, the Purple Mountain was well connected. If they did not look for Jiang Chen separately, it would be impossible to find him. It was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. As to where the sky-reaching tower was, they had no clue at all. Chuiwe, are you blaming me? Looking at his sister, who had been silent, Ji Yaoxing finally could not help but ask. No, I know you have your reasons. You're doing this for the sake of the family. Ji Chuiwe shook her head, but she still looked sad. She was a kind-hearted person. Before this, she had always thought her brother Ji Yaoxing was the same, just and steady. However, what she had seen that day was really hard for her to accept. Jiang Chen's cold look cut her heart like a knife. After all, it was they who had gotten Jiang Chen involved in this. However, they had gotten out of this smoothly and left all the trouble to Jiang Chen. Now, they were even sending people to hunt him down. Ji Chuiwe really could not bear it. You're too naive. When Jiang Chen came to you, he had an ulterior motive. You should know that there was a great saint behind him. But why did he still want to join the school of divine ruins? Have you ever considered this? On the contrary, Jiang Chen has been urging us to punish Gu Chang'e. Do you really think he has no ulterior motives? You think people are too kind. Ji Yaoxing sighed and said with a calm voice. Ji Chuiwe could not help but open her eyes wide in surprise. She thought about it carefully and found there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Jiang Chen seemed to have ulterior motives when he had approached her. At the thought of this, she felt much better. However, Ji Chuiwe recalled something else. She said reluctantly, Brother, are we really going to give the mastering heavenly will we got with great difficulty to Gu Chang'e? In order to get the mastering heavenly wheel, the reclusive JIS behind them had paid a great price. However, at the moment, they had to give the mastering heavenly will they had gotten with great difficulty to someone else. How could they be willing? Ji Yaoxing showed a bitter smile involuntarily. He said, We have no choice. If we don't do this, Gu Chang'e won't let it go. Do you think the rumored Gu Chang'e is a good person? Take the Purple Mansion as an example. If Gu Chang'e was really kind, he would not have disabled Lord of Heaven Ziyang. In my opinion, all of this is just an excuse he made for the sake of the Purple Mansion. As to what enmity there is between Jiang Chen and him, let's not meddle in it. Don't be curious about it. We should just pretend we don't know about it. Ji Chuiwe agreed with Ji Yaoxing. She nodded and remained silent. Rumors could not be trusted completely. She had experienced it herself. It's okay if we can't find the mastering heavenly tower, but we must find Jiang Chen. Otherwise, we won't be able to report to Gu Chang'e, Ji Yaoxing said. Then he and Ji Chuiwe continued to lead the team to chase after Jiang Chen. However, they had not gone far when they suddenly saw many mysterious creatures with powerful energies charging at them. Black clouds were rolling around them. They were very aggressive. They looked similar to all races, but their energies were obviously different. Gee! Many lights were shot over. They streaked across the air like swords and knives. They carried a strong power that was terrifying. That's not good. Back then, I encountered this type of creature. Hurry and retreat. Even if Jiang Chen can escape from us, he won't survive. Ji Yaoxing turned pale. He hurried to retreat with Ji Chuiwe and the others. He had noticed that the powerful, black-robed old man had stayed behind to stall them and cover Jiang Chen's retreat. In other words, the two had fled in different directions. Jiang Chen was so weak. If he had run into such creatures, would he have been able to survive? Ji Chuiwe curled her lips. She did not dare stay there. She hurried to retreat along the path they had come from. As Ji Yaoxing had said, unless Jiang Chen was extremely strong, how could he survive facing such mysterious creatures after separating from the black-robed old man? Soon, the Ji family's brother and sister also retreated out of the Purple Mountain. However, they were surprised to see that Chen Ning had retreated before them. However, she was not in a good state. She looked pale. Her energy was weak. She looked frightened. Only 2 or 3 of the subordinates she had brought with her were left. All of them were heavily injured. It looked like she had run into great danger after entering. She was lucky to have escaped alive. The Ji family's brother and sister became serious. They were going to report what had happened to them to Gu Chang'e, but Gu Chang'e waved his hand to stop them. Looks like the Purple Mountain is full of dangers. All of the people who entered it died. Gu Changa squinted. He sounded like he was talking to himself. There are many paths in the Purple Mountain. All of them lead to the deepest part of the mountain. Jiang Qin was separated from the black-robed old man. I think he's doomed. Those mysterious creatures are very strong. Jiang Chen will be torn into pieces in an instant if no one is protecting him. Qin Ning said in a hurry. She still looked scared. She had not expected the Purple Mountain to be so dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a powerful protective item, it was very likely that she would have died in there. Oh, anyway, I'm determined to get the sky-reaching tower. Looks like I'll have to go into the Purple Mountain. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be interested. I'll go with you, Yu Mingkong said without hesitation. That won't be necessary. You stay outside. If anything happens, I won't worry. Gu Changa waved his hand and said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yu Mingkong's reply, he took a step forward. The air became blurred. A golden path appeared in front of him. It penetrated the path and landed in the Purple Mountain. Boom! A horrible sound that made people's hearts tremble and souls feel like they were going to explode came from there. The mountains trembled. The ground collapsed. It was a horrible scene. Ji, Chuiwa, Ji Yaoxing, Qin Ning, and the others were shocked. They had not expected Gu Changa to do it himself. However, in his opinion, although those mysterious creatures were strong, they were not necessarily a match for him. However, the dangers in the Purple Mountain were not all because of those mysterious creatures. Gu Changa is strong, but there are many creatures in the Purple Mountain. The paths are intertwined. It's easy to get lost. Besides, there are many natural formation patterns. Danger is everywhere, Ji Yaoxing thought to himself, frowning slightly. He glanced at Yu Mingkong. She looked cold and indifferent, as if she was confident in Gu Changa. She was not worried about him at all. In the Purple Mountain, many creatures were roaring. They looked cold. They were fighting against the practitioners who were still there. They rushed out of the caves like a tide. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them. Buzz! As Gu Changa stepped into the Purple Mountain, a strange sound came from the void. It sounded like a bell, but also like the sound of a tower. It was echoing everywhere. Looks like this is the response of the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. The sky-wielding tower is indeed here. Without Jiang Qin, it would have taken me a long time to find it. Gu Changa perceived where Jiang Qin was. It was not far from where he was. However, he had to pass through many formation patterns and obstacles. Fortunately, he could follow the route Jiang Qin had taken. As long as he hid in the void, he would be able to follow the route smoothly. Jiang Qin would never expect that the route he had left for the black-robed old man was left for Gu Changa in the end. Buzz! Gu Changa was walking in the Purple Mountain. As he raised his hand, the void trembled. An ancient and dreadful energy broke out. It turned into a giant star, as heavy as hundreds of thousands of tons. It fell down. All the creatures close to him exploded in an instant. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and they evaporated into powder. The tide of creatures, even though they did not feel pain or fear, stepped back involuntarily to avoid him at this moment. This fluctuation looks like Jiang Qin has found the sky-wielding tower. Wow! Gu Changa was walking at a moderate pace. He seemed to have perceived something. Surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He didn't let me down. He smiled. His figure blurred. He stepped forward, intending to pick the ripe fruit. It had to be said that the Purple Mountain was indeed strange. There was a special domain that enveloped every corner, and even every rock had this kind of aura. It could even affect a practitioner's judgment and suppress his holy awareness. Its hardness was beyond imagination. It could not be damaged by average people. Without Jiang Chen's exploration, it would not have been easy for Gu Changa to find the sky-wielding tower. Chapter 369. When Gu Changa entered the Purple Mountain along the path Jiang Qin had left for him, On the other side, Jiang Qin finally saw the great opportunity he had been looking forward to. The spirit of the celestial boat of creation was very confident in its own means. After getting rid of the formation patterns in front of them, the stone wall opened up immediately. A crack appeared in the middle of the wall, automatically. It was spacious and unobstructed. Behind it was an ancient bridge. The other end was connected to an indescribably magnificent palace. It was magnificent, emitting an ancient and magnificent energy. "It's the Palm Heaven Palace." The spirit of the celestial boat of creation said excitedly. Not until then did Jiang Qin notice the 3 gilded words above the magnificent palace. They were simple and unadorned, giving people a vague feeling that they were powerful enough to suppress the whole world. These 3 words were extremely ancient. No one knew who had left them there, but one could see a trace of its peerless elegance from them. The Palm Heaven Palace? What does it have to do with the Palm Heaven Tower? Jiang Qin murmured to himself. Stepping onto the stairs, he walked toward the palace ahead. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the palace. After checking left and right, he pushed the gate open. There was no obstruction or pressure. All of a sudden, a tide of purple fog swept over, as if it was going to liquefy. It was enough to drown people up to their knees. As Jiang Qin walked in, there was a dazzling brilliance. He closed his eyes involuntarily. Jiang Qin was struck dumb. He opened his eyes wide. Source stones as big as wash basins were scattered everywhere. They were crystal clear, surrounded by different colors. It was like a holy land for immortals. Jiang Qin even saw some sealed mysterious creatures, weapons, jade slips, jade jars, and so on among some source stones. This caused his heart to tremble. There were countless source stones as far as the eye could see. The purple fog here was formed by the liquefaction of the source stones. The wealth here was amazing. No wonder the spirit of the celestial boat of creation had said this was a chance specially prepared for him, and he smelled a strong fragrance of elixirs pervading the air. It was so refreshing that he felt like he could become an immortal. There was a herbal field full of spirit energy a little further away. Multicolored light surged within, immortal mushrooms everywhere, immortal stalks resplendent, multicolored light flowing, thin mist curling about. There are too many opportunities. Spirit herbs, origin stones, jade slips, cultivation techniques, weapons. Everything is there. There are even some sealed pills. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was breathing heavily. He was overwhelmed with emotions. This was the first time he had seen so many practicing resources. Even if he did not join any sect after leaving this place, these resources would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. He subconsciously wanted to take all these things away. Don't get too excited. These are just average. The best is yet to come. These things are all yours. No one can snatch them from you. However, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune interrupted him. He sounded excited and complacent, but he still tried to stay calm in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded. He forced himself to calm down. He knew that the treasure spirit of the immortal boat of creation would not lie to him. Since it said that these were just ordinary, it meant that the more powerful ones were definitely at back. With this thought in mind, he continued to walk deeper. None of the creatures on the way attacked Jiang Qin. Looks like it's because of his special body, the reincarnation of the immortal boat of creation. I wonder what kind of surprise he will give me in the end. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Gu Changa was strolling in the purple mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked relaxed and casual, as if he was taking a stroll. No one was following him. No creatures were approaching him. This was because all the creatures that had approached him had turned into ashes. Their bodies and spirits had all been destroyed. Master, a black-robed old man showed up not far ahead. He greeted Gu Changa respectfully. He didn't notice anything unusual. Gu Changa asked casually, "No, Jiang Qin trusted me very much. He did everything according to your orders. He didn't notice anything unusual. He trusted me more and more recently, the black-robed old man answered respectfully. That's good, Guchanga smiled. Looks like Jiang Chen is satisfied with the doctrine protector I arranged for him. Master, when will you deal with Jiang Chen? The black-robed old man asked. Don't worry, he's worth more than this. At least I need him to help my doctrine fruit ripen. Guchanga looked at the cave ahead of him. He walked over slowly. After arriving here, he could feel a majestic pressure hanging over his head. He sensed Jiang Chen's current location. It wasn't far away. However, Guchanga still planned to send the demonic puppet there first. After all, the black-robed old man was Jiang Chen's doctrine protector in name. If anything unusual happened there, Guchanga would know in advance. Of course, he had another plan waiting for Jiang Chen. The palace was very big. It was simple and magnificent, except for some collapsed pillars. There was nothing unusual. The grand palace was majestic and heavy. It seemed to be a world of its own. Surrounded by fog, it looked like a fairyland. As Jiang Chen walked in, he saw giant pillars standing in the palace from time to time. They seemed to be holding up the sky. All of a sudden, a faint sound came from afar. It sounded like a tower was shaking slightly. It was also like a giant bell was ringing. It was shocking and deafening. What's this? Jiang Chen turned pale. He felt like his head had been suddenly stabbed by a thorn. It was so painful that he lost all color in his face. Buzz! He felt like his head had been hit by a giant bell. It was ringing. His mind went blank. He vaguely felt like there was a small tower shining with golden light in the palace. It was floating in the air, giving off a vast amount of chaotic energy. A golden tower! Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide in surprise. The pain disappeared as quickly as it came. He found he could hear the sound clearly again. This is the Sky Palm Tower calling you. It has sensed your existence. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said excitedly, follow the sound. You'll find it. Jiang Chen came to himself when he heard this. He also looked excited. Didn't that mean the Sky Palm Tower Guchanga had been looking for would fall into his hands soon? Guchanga had been looking for it for so long, but he had found nothing in the end. Would he be irritated? Jiang Chen became more excited at the thought of this. He hurried to the source of the sound without stopping. Boom! The sound was long, as if it had come from the 9 heavens. The deeper he went, the louder and more deafening the sound became. He couldn't help but wonder whether the sound could penetrate the palace and echo beyond the purple mountain. In a trance, he felt like he was seeing a giant tower surrounded by golden divine lights. The lore of the heavens was flowing around it. It was indescribably mysterious. I'm determined to get the Sky Palm Tower. I won't let it fall into Guchanga's hands. Jiang Chen looked resolute. Clenching his fists, he strode toward the source of the sound. Although the palace was very big, there were no obstacles along the way, so it didn't take him long to see the giant tower in the depths of the palace. It had 9 floors in total. It was completely golden, as if it had been made of immortal gold. Floating in the air, it looked like a small mountain. There was also a dao platform standing below. The platform looked like it had been made of celestial jade. It was simple and natural. Red clouds, golden lights, and colorful mists intertwined. It was enshrouding the platform. Golden lights roared. Runes flashed. Hanging over the platform, it enveloped everything, as if it could suppress everything. There seemed to be something on the platform. Jiang Chen felt like that thing was attracting him. However, he focused all of his attention on the Sky Palm Tower. After observing it carefully, he found the sound in his head had come from it. This is the Sky Palm Tower. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted excitedly. Find a way to take it away. But I haven't started practicing yet. How can I take the Sky Palm Tower away? Jiang Chen was wandering down there, frowning. Practitioners could refine their weapons and take them into their spiritual seas. They could use them to fight at any time. However, he hadn't even developed his spiritual sea yet. Even if he got the Sky Palm Tower, he couldn't take it away. He hadn't expected the Sky Palm Tower to be so huge. It was like a tall tower, not something that could be held in one's hand. The Sky Palm Tower is one of the 7 artifacts of the Sky Palm sect. It's responsible for suppressing the world. No evil can escape from its great destructive power. Little Chen, you can definitely subdue it. It was calling you, which means it acknowledges you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune said, confidently. Jiang Qin turned serious. He started to wander below the Sky Palm Tower in whatever way he could think of. However, no matter what method he chose or how he spoke, the Sky Palm Tower didn't move at all. It was standing there as if it would never move. He couldn't help but wonder if he had misunderstood the sound he had heard. In fact, the Sky Palm Tower hadn't been calling him. Otherwise, why wasn't it moving at all? Is there some kind of test? Will it acknowledge me only after I pass its test? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. It shouldn't be. You're the reincarnation of the celestial boat of fortune. Theoretically, the Sky Palm Tower should recognize you. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was puzzled too, and it found that the energy of an old acquaintance it had sensed before was even fainter here. It felt helpless and anxious. After all, its memory wasn't complete. It couldn't remember many things clearly. Otherwise, it should have been able to recognize which old acquaintance it was. Let's see what's on that platform first. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune sighed. Jiang Qin nodded. Then he walked toward the immortal jade platform under the Sky Palm Tower. However, before he could approach, he felt the Sky Palm Tower suddenly shake slightly. Light fell. Ripples appeared in the air. Boom! A strong and heavy pressure came from ahead. He felt as if there were thousands of tons of pressure on his body. It was difficult for him to take another step forward. What's going on? Why is the Sky Palm Tower stopping me from going forward? Jiang Qin opened his eyes wide. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to take another step forward. It was as if there was an invisible thick wall in front of him that was blocking him. The immortal jade platform was only a few steps away from him, but these few steps felt like they were at the end of the world. Why is this happening? Jiang Qin gnashed his teeth. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. He had exerted all of his strength. He couldn't accept it. He was so close, but why couldn't he walk over? This shouldn't be happening. These should belong to you. Why is this happening? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was also struck dumb. He couldn't figure it out at all. The Sky Palm Tower hadn't reacted at all, but now it was still stopping Jiang Qin from approaching the platform. Why? Buzz! Then there was a flash in the air. Then the shadow of a bronze immortal boat appeared between Jiang Qin's eyebrows. Sky Palm Tower, why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune showed up. He couldn't help but ask in an angry but childish voice. At this moment, Jiang Qin took a deep breath and stopped. He didn't try to make any more useless efforts. He knew the Sky Palm Tower was stopping him. Without its approval, he couldn't approach the platform. Although he was angry, he calmed down. He was ready to see how the Sky Palm Tower would respond. According to what the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune had said, the Sky Palm Tower used to be the celestial palace's trump card. Like the celestial boat of fortune, it belonged to the celestial palace. That was why they could sense each other's presence. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, those creatures had ignored him and allowed him to go deep into the Purple Mountain because he had the energy of the celestial palace on him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But at this moment, the Sky Palm Tower was stopping him. Why? As the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked, the giant golden tower in the air seemed to react. It shook slightly and started to rumble in the air. Then a vague figure appeared in it, surrounded by golden lights. It was hard to see clearly. It looked like an ancient god. Sky Palm Tower, you finally showed up. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the golden figure that had appeared was the spirit of the Sky Palm Tower, because the Sky Palm Tower was different from other Sky Palm weapons. The person who had forged it had planned to use it as a trump card, so he had chosen different materials and forging methods so that the spirit of the weapon could be nurtured. And this golden figure was the spirit of the Sky Palm Tower. Why are you stopping us? The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune asked in a loud voice. He didn't understand at all. In fact, they should be on the same side. It was fine that the Sky Palm Tower didn't help Jiang Chen, but why was it stopping him? The plenilune is dead. However, to Jiang Chen and the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune's surprise, the spirit of the Sky Palm Tower spoke after hearing the question, but it said something else. The plenilune? Jiang Chen frowned, confused. The plenilune is dead? Well, anyway, the celestial palace has collapsed. No matter how long the plenilune has lived, it will die of old age one day. The spirit of the celestial boat of fortune was struck dumb. Then it lowered its voice, as if something had occurred to it. Seeing Jiang Chen confused, it explained to him. The plenilune was an immortal beast responsible for supporting the Sky Palm Tower. It was huge and long-lived as long as the Milky Way. It was even said that the plenilune was formed by the god of moon who had fallen from the sky. Therefore, although the plenilune was not humanoid, it was extremely beautiful. Because of its long life, it had been called a walking fossil. Few people knew more about the world's secrets than it did. So, this is what the spirit of the Sky Palm Tower was talking about. What does this have to do with it stopping me from approaching the platform? Jiang Chen guessed that the dead plenilune had been with the Sky Palm Tower for a long time. Maybe they had a deep relationship, so it couldn't accept the fact that it had died. But he couldn't figure out why the Sky Palm Tower had stopped him. Although I know it's not good to comfort you like this, even the immortal celestial palace will collapse one day. The plenilune will certainly die of old age one day. You have to accept this fact. Besides, this isn't a reason for you to stop us. Besides, what's in the platform? Now, the responsibility of reviving the celestial palace's past glory is all on Jiang Chen. The Sky Palm Tower hopes you won't make things difficult for him, considering that you used to belong to the celestial palace. The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but persuade Jiang Chen. In its opinion, since there were many source stones, spiritual herbs, and other practicing resources in the Sky Palm Palace, there must be even better things in the platform. After all, the Sky Palm Palace had been the place where the Celestial Palace stored all its resources, and the Sky Palm Tower was in charge of guarding it. How could there be so few good things here? Jiang Chen couldn't interrupt at this moment. However, after hearing what the spirit of the creation immortal boat had said, he also felt that all the practicing resources here seemed to have been left for him. There's nothing else in the platform, only the offspring of the plenilune. I promised her that I would help her raise her offspring. The spirit of the Sky Palm Tower kept silent for a while. Then it spoke again. What it said shocked Jiang Chen and the spirit of the creation immortal boat. What did you say? The offspring of the plenilune are in the platform. The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but ask loudly. There was uncontrollable excitement in its voice. Jiang Chen didn't know how powerful the plenilune was, but he could tell from the trembling voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat that it was powerful. The value of the things sealed in the platform was immeasurable. After all, anything related to immortals couldn't be simple, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. He was a little excited. Little plenilune? If it grew up, wouldn't it be a real immortal beast? With an immortal beast, wouldn't he be able to travel freely in the upper realm, and no one would be able to stop him? It would even be easy for him to take revenge on Gu Changa. In that case, you should give little plenilune to us. Jiangqin is the reincarnation of the creation immortal boat, and you should know what the creation immortal boat is. It's best for you to give little plenilune to him. Besides, if you leave with us, you can still watch little plenilune grow up. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The spirit of the creation immortal boat tried to persuade him again. It sounded very eager, hoping to persuade the Skypalm Tower to give them little plenilune and let the Skypalm Tower leave with them. Jiangqin also felt a sense of eagerness, but he still didn't speak. He kept a calm face. He can't. I promised the plenilune that I would take care of its offspring, but he's too weak to protect it. Besides, he doesn't have enough resources to ensure the smooth growth of the plenilune's offspring. However, the spirit of the Skypalm Tower's voice was still as calm as ever. It wasn't looking down on Jiangqin, but it was just stating a fact. For the moment, it didn't matter what kind of reincarnation Jiangqin was. What mattered was that Jiangqin had to have enough resources to make little plenilune grow up smoothly. If he couldn't even do that, why should it give little plenilune to him? Although Jiangqin doesn't have these resources now, it doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. He has great potential. Besides, aren't there many resources in the Skypalm Palace? The spirit of the creation immortal boat couldn't help but argue. It didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. Both for it and Jiangqin, having a little plenilune would bring them unimaginable benefits. Chapter 370. I don't know what will happen in the future. I only know that you don't have the ability to protect little plenilune now. Besides, there aren't many things left in the Palm Heaven Palace. Most of them were used up. What you see now is just some leftovers. I just want to ask you one thing. If people know little plenilune is with you, can you protect it? The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower said calmly. The golden figure was standing in the void. Its face was blurry and its aura was powerful. Only when it looked at the doctrine platform below did it show a hint of gentleness. What it said was very realistic. If it weren't for the fact that they used to belong to the Celestial Palace, it would have been even more merciless. It wasn't stupid. How could it not see the intentions of Jiangqin and the spirit of the fairy boat? If the two could give it a clear answer, it would give little plenilune to them with peace of mind and follow them. However, if the two couldn't even do this, what was the difference between them and a wolf without risking anything? The conditions you mentioned are too harsh for Jiangqin. He's just a mortal. The spirit of the fairy boat said discontentedly. He didn't expect the spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower to be so merciless. It almost said that they weren't qualified to raise little plenilune now. You know he's just a mortal. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower asked calmly. Then why did you ask me to give little plenilune to him? What do you want? The spirit of the fairy boat was speechless. It couldn't find any words to refute. Following Jiangqin is also a training for little plenilune. It might be a good thing for it. The spirit of the Palm Heaven Palace Tower shook its head. It was very disappointed. It didn't say anything else. If it weren't for the fact that they used to know each other, it would have driven the two out of this place. Senior, I can understand what you're saying, but don't you think it's a bit unreasonable to not give me any chance? Junior does not have the ability to protect little moongazer serpent right now, nor do I have the resources to support its growth. However, Junior can guarantee that as long as Junior still has one breath left in me, I will not let it suffer any harm. I will treat it as my companion. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can let it spend some time with this Junior. If Senior is not satisfied, you can take it away at any time. How about it? At this moment, Jiangqin suddenly took a deep breath and stood up. He raised his head and spoke to the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in the air. He looked very calm. The words that came out of his mouth had been carefully considered. This was because he had felt the gaze from the platform in front of him, sizing him up. Little plenilune seemed to be able to sense his existence. This was why Jiangqin had come up with such a plan. He planned to make little full moon like him. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune beamed when he heard this. He was amazed by Jiang Chen's wit. Although what you said was very sincere, why should I agree to it? No matter which possibility you're talking about, it won't do me any good. However, what made Jiang Chen stiffen was that the spirit of the sky-reaching tower in front of him was not moved by his words at all. Jiang Chen, leave now! However, at this moment, an anxious shout suddenly came from outside the palace. With a bang, the old man in the black robe was thrown in. His energy was weak. There was blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely embarrassed. He did not have the arrogance that Jiang Chen had seen before. "Senior, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not have time to talk with the spirit of the sky-reaching tower. He stood there in a daze, shocked by this sudden scene. He had no idea what had happened at all. "Leave now. Leave this place. Don't worry about me." The old man in the black robe tried to get up from the ground with great difficulty, but he seemed to have hurt himself again. He coughed up blood and spat out many pieces of his internal organs. What happened? "Senior, why did you?" Jiang Chen opened his eyes wide. He had not realized what had happened yet. Why did such a powerful old man in the black robe look so seriously injured at the moment? Wasn't he going to stay behind and meet up with Jiang Chen later? Was he in danger? Because he ran into me. The next moment, accompanied by a faint voice, Gu Changa's figure walked in from outside the palace. He looked casual and indifferent. He did not seem to care at all. He stepped on the old man in the black robe directly. The sound of bones breaking gave rise to a terrifying sound. The old man in the black robe seemed to be tough. He only snorted but did not scream. "You've got some guts. You actually dared to rescue someone right under my nose," Gu Changa said calmly. He looked indifferent without any emotion. "Gu Changa, it's you. Why are you here? This is bad. Gu Changa must have found the route I left for the senior in the black robe." Jiang Chen turned pale. He was terrified. He had not expected Gu Changa to come all the way here, and such a powerful senior in the black robe was in such a miserable state at the hands of Gu Changa. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "This is bad. Little Chinzi, this guy came all the way here." The voice of the spirit of the creation immortal boat was shaking. It hurried to turn into a cloud of smoke and went into the space between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. It had been trembling and fearing Gu Changa from the depths of its holy soul. "Gu Changa, let go of the senior in the black robe. It's between you and me. Don't involve other people in this." Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down. He gazed at Gu Changa coldly. Now his biggest support was also under Gu Changa's feet, which really made him feel desperate. He could only pray that the spirit of the creation immortal boat could really control the formation patterns in the Purple Mountain and kill Gu Changa. "Reckless guy. You want to save someone with such little ability?" Gu Changa glanced at him calmly, as if he did not care at all. Then he kicked the old man. The old man in the black robe snorted and fell toward Jiang Chen. The kick was so powerful that the ground almost cracked. However, this palace was made of special materials. It could bear such a small fluctuation without any problem. "Senior, are you all right?" Jiang Chen asked worriedly, hurrying to help the old man to his feet. "I'm all right." "Wah!" The old man in the black robe waved his hand. However, before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. He was seriously injured. Jiang Chen looked angry, but he did not have the nerve to say anything to Gu Changa. "I was careless. I didn't expect Gu Changa to be so strong. I'm not a match for him at all." The old man in the black robe smiled bitterly and blamed himself, which was rare. "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come here so soon." "Senior, please don't say that. If you hadn't covered for me, this wouldn't have happened." Seeing the old man in the black robe so seriously injured, Jiang Chen did not have the heart to blame him any more. By then, since Gu Changa had come here, they had to face him head-on. This is the sky-wielding tower? It even has an artifact spirit. Interesting. It is quite different from other sky-wielding artifacts. At this moment, Guchanga was staring at the golden phantom in the air with interest. Then he sized it up and said, I know what you said just now. I can give you 2 choices now. 1. Give little Plenilune to me. Submit to me and leave with me. 2. I'll take little Plenilune away myself, erase your intelligence, and leave with the sky-wielding tower. Which one do you want? You can choose for yourself. Guchanga sounded calm. He was not in a hurry after speaking. He had been here for a while, but he did not show up. He had learned the cause and effect of this matter. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower was not stupid. It would know what to choose at this moment. Of course, if it was stupid, Guchanga didn't mind erasing its intelligence. This wasn't a difficult thing for him. Guchanga, Jiangqin turned pale. He had never expected Guchanga to be so aggressive and arrogant. He even had the nerve to speak to the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower like this. Let me think about it. However, in the next moment, Jiangqin was even more shocked and shocked. The artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower did not show any anger or dissatisfaction after hearing what Guchanga had said. On the contrary, it was very cautious. Its attitude was totally different from when it was facing him. I am not very patient. Even if you are the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower, you are of no value to me. As a weapon, I prefer dead things without intelligence, Guchanga said calmly. Jiangqin looked at Guchanga. He was trembling. He felt a horrible chill sweeping from his spine to the top of his head. Even the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower had been intimidated and did not dare say anything. He had thought the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower would be angry and teach Guchanga a lesson. However, it was very cautious. I can agree to submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I would rather die than let you have the sky-wielding tower. The artifact spirit's voice was still the same. It knew that the young man in front of it was very terrifying. It was not only his aura, but also the indifference that was engraved in its bones. It was as if he could turn the sea into ashes with a flick of his finger. This was the feeling that made it shudder. Besides, it was no longer at its peak. In its current state, it could only contend with supreme venerables at most. Tell me. Guchanga looked up at it. Then he looked at the immortal jade platform in front of him. He walked over slowly. Unlike Jiangqin, who was sweating profusely and could not move at all, Guchanga walked up to the platform without any hindrance. The platform was white. There were runes flickering on it. It was full of immortal fog. The ancient words on it were flowing with all kinds of ancient symbols. It was full of the energy of the great doctrine. It was not an ordinary thing. Seeing this, Jiangqin turned pale again. He recalled how embarrassed he had been a moment ago. I need you to promise me that you will not hurt little Plenilune, the artifact spirit of the sky-wielding tower said seriously. At the same time, his gaze landed on the Dao platform, wary of Guchanga's actions. Okay. Guchanga didn't think and said directly. It was a small pool. It was sealed with holy source and had not been opened yet. It was full of immortal fog. Colorful lights were flowing. He could not see what was inside. However, in his field of vision, he could see that there was a hazy amber light flowing quietly like a river of stars. There seemed to be a pair of clear eyes watching him, as if it knew everything that was happening in the outside world. This was little Plenilune's true form. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't let anyone hurt it. The weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was still very cautious, because Guchanga's promise had been very straightforward. It was worried. Guchanga looked back at it and said, Don't worry. Even if I announce to the world today that I have little Plenilune, no one will dare to take it away from me. After all, I'm not this good for nothing. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He looked very mocking and disdainful. Guchanga, don't go too far! Facing Guchanga's undisguised mockery, Jiang Qin turned extremely pale. He gnashed his teeth, extremely angry, but he could not find an excuse to refute. Now that Gu Chang'e was so powerful, who would dare to take something away from him? Wouldn't that be courting death? Asking for fresh flowers. The weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower was also shocked by Gu Chang'e's confident words. However, wasn't this exactly what it had wanted all along? Besides, the Gus have all the resources that little Plenilune needs to grow. Even if you ask it to eat all the 100,000 star zones, it won't be a problem. So now, do you have any other conditions? Then Gu Chang'e looked at the weapon spirit of the heavenly palm tower and spoke again. He smiled slightly, showing his terrifying background and wealth. At this moment, Jiang Qin felt like he was going to suffocate. His lips were trembling, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Compared to this, what did he have? Nothing. Buzz! The purple mountain shook. The heavenly palm tower started to vibrate as if it was also rumbling because it was deeply shocked by Gu Chang'e's words. It was not stupid at all. The heavenly palm tower is willing to serve young master from now on. In the next instant, the heavenly palm tower's artifact spirit turned into a beam of golden light and entered the heavenly palm tower. The huge and majestic golden tower quickly shrank and descended from the sky. At the same time, its voice echoed in the air, showing its submission. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Looking at the pale-faced Jiang Qin, he sounded regretful. A good-for-nothing wants an immortal beast to follow him? What year is it? Why are you still dreaming? Was there anything in the world that money couldn't buy? If there was, it meant the money wasn't enough. Jiang Qin, who had witnessed everything, felt like his heart of practice was about to crack. He couldn't help but feel desperate. He had tried so hard, but in the end he had gained nothing. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, had easily obtained all of this with just a few simple words. How could he accept this? Stay here today. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little cold. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chang'e threw his palm forward. With a rumbling sound, a giant golden palm print appeared in the air. It was like the palm of the natural law, suppressing everything. The air felt like it was going to explode. It couldn't bear such a terrifying fluctuation. Jiang Qin looked at the palm in despair. He felt like he was going to explode. Go! At the crucial moment, the old man in the black robe shouted in anger. He spat out blood. He seemed to have exerted a secret method. He grabbed Jiang Qin and fled out of the hall. He took Gu Chang'e's palm attack head-on. Blood was gushing out of his body. He felt like all of his internal organs were going to explode. His face was pale and his energy was weak. Senior, Jiang Qin was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, the old man in the black robe didn't care about him. Regardless of his terrible injuries, he looked like he was going to take Jiang Qin away with him. Run, run. I've affected the general trend here. I've destroyed the geography of the Purple Mountain. I've buried that Gu guy here. At this moment, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune shouted in Jiang Qin's mind. Rumble. The whole Purple Mountain started to shake. Rocks started to fall. The ground cracked. A thick purple fog was emitted. It was going to collapse. Run. You'd better run as far away as possible. You'll be stronger the next time we meet. Thanks to you, I'll take the Sky Palm Tower. Gu Chang'e was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. He wasn't in a hurry. The coldness on his face was gone. He watched Jiang Qin disappear with interest. Not until then did he wave his sleeve to take the fairy jade platform and the Sky Palm Tower away. As to the source stones, spiritual herbs, and other things in the palace, he really didn't care about them. Then a dazzling brilliance appeared on his body. A dreadful energy rose into the sky like the sun. It broke through the Purple Mountain directly. He turned his hand into a sword to destroy the chaotic formation patterns here. Gu Chang'e took a few steps forward. The golden path extended from under his feet. He showed up in the sky outside. Boom! Boom! The magnificent purple mountain behind him collapsed with a deafening noise. Smoke rose into the air. Purple fog gushed out. It turned into ruins. Guchanga looked back. He looked calm. Not until then did he land in the air. His robe was fluttering in the wind. There was not a speck of dust on it. Master, young Lord Changa. His followers, the Ji siblings, Chun Ning, and others, who had been waiting outside the Purple Mountain, all came forward to greet him. Guchanga waved his hand. How is it? Yuminkong came over and said in a cold voice. The others also looked over curiously. They were shocked. What on earth had happened in the Purple Mountain? Why had it suddenly collapsed? Especially the Ji's siblings. They were very confused. Had Guchanga gotten the Sky Palm Tower or not? As for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, they thought he had probably been buried by the Purple Mountain. He had been crushed to death. It's barely satisfactory, but it's expected. Guchanga smiled and gave a vague answer. However, Yuminkong knew him well. She knew he must have gotten what he wanted. He must have gotten the Sky Palm Tower. So, she didn't ask any more questions. The others were shocked. They were shocked, but they didn't dare ask any more questions. However, many people guessed that Guchanga had gotten the Sky Palm Tower. Otherwise, the Purple Mountain wouldn't have collapsed. As for what had happened, they didn't have the nerve to ask any more questions. What had happened here tonight was destined to not be peaceful. The giant Purple Mountain had appeared overnight and then collapsed overnight. It would definitely attract the attention and investigation of many practitioners. Then they went back to the sect of the Divine Ruins. The Ji siblings, Chun Ning, and others started to contact their families to report what had happened here. The higher-ups of the JAS were angry and humiliated, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Then they arranged for someone to send the Sky Palm Will over. 1000. Chapter 371. After going back to the School of Divine Ruins, Guchanga asked everyone to leave. Only Yuminkong stayed with him. She looked a little curious. Jiang Qin, as a servant disciple, disappeared with the help of space. For the whole School of Divine Ruins, it was a trivial matter. It was like a speck of dust falling into water. It couldn't even cause a ripple. No one would notice it. Even if the leader of the School of Divine Ruins noticed that a disciple had disappeared, he wouldn't dare ask about it. After all, it was a critical moment. Besides the Ji siblings, Guchanga was also in the School of Divine Ruins. How could a small temple accommodate such a big Buddha? They had to live in fear every day. Did you really get the Sky Palm Tower? Finally, there was no one else in the hall. Yuminkong asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Before she got a definite answer from Guchanga, she couldn't help but worry. I got it. It went very smoothly. I didn't run into any unexpected trouble. Guchanga smiled. Then he waved his hand. Then the Sky Palm Tower, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in the void. Golden light surged. Chaotic fog fell from it. There were 9 layers in total. It looked like it was made of immortal gold. There was a mysterious fluctuation flowing around. It seemed to be able to suppress the 6 realms in the world. The rumors were true. The Sky Palm Tower did have the power to suppress the world. Under such great power, all demons and monsters would vanish. Yuminkong glanced at it. She nodded. She didn't ask anything. In this way, their trip could be considered to have ended perfectly. However, before this, she hadn't done anything. She had only accompanied Guchanga here. Then she had watched him get the Sky Palm Tower easily. She had to admit that for a strong-willed person like her, she was more or less frustrated. What's wrong? Why do you look unhappy when you see your husband get the Sky Palm Tower so easily? Seeing her expression, Guchanga smiled. He couldn't help but tease her. This isn't like you. Yuminkong glanced at him and said calmly, I was wondering why I was so useless and couldn't help at all. She was so calm that Guchanga was somewhat surprised. However, if it weren't for Yu Mingkong, he would have had to spend a lot more effort to find where the heavenly palm tower had appeared. In addition, the divine sovereign mirror and divine sovereign seal were given to him by Yu Mingkong after she found them. It was already very difficult to find one heaven-wielding artifact, let alone two. Although Yu Mingkong was reborn, she must have spent a lot of effort to find these two heaven-wielding artifacts. If you are also trash, then everyone in this world is worse than trash. Thinking of this, Gu Changa smiled and gently pulled her into his arms with a gentle smile. And you said something wrong. It's not like you didn't help at all. What did I help with? Yu Mingkong looked at him seriously. When she heard Gu Changa say this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She was in a good mood. Of course, you helped me warm my bed, Gu Changa said with a smile. Yu Mingkong's smile froze, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Her jade-like face suddenly became hazy. Then she struggled free and turned into a divine rainbow, directly rushing into the sky. Forget it, Mingkong. Since you are unwilling, then I will find another woman. Gu Changa put away the heavenly palm tower and walked out of the hall unhurriedly. The smile on his face didn't disappear at all. Anyway, I just need to say one sentence. The women who want to warm my bed can probably line up from here to the perfected immortal academy. How dare you? Yu Mingkong frowned. Although she appeared in the sky, she didn't go far. When she heard this, her expression became as cold as ice, and her killing intent was cold. Rumble. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She simply slapped down with her palm. The palm that was as white as jade seemed to be formed by moonlight. It was bright and beautiful, powerful and domineering. It had a peerless demeanor as it pressed down from the sky. Gu Changa smiled slightly and took a step forward, disappearing outside the hall. He easily dodged this palm, but the palace behind him collapsed with a rumble, turning into ashes amidst the dazzling light. In addition, even the mountain he was on was cut in half by Yu Mingkong's palm. Smoke and dust soared into the sky. In the middle of the night, such a huge commotion suddenly occurred, instantly alarming everyone in the sect of God's ruins. The group of elders and disciples watched this scene from afar, dumbfounded. Their souls trembled and they trembled. The Ji siblings also rushed over. Their eyes were wide open in shock. They thought that someone had suddenly attacked in the middle of the night, but they never expected that it was a conflict between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. However, Yu Mingkong hadn't made a move before, so they didn't know her strength. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. She was much stronger than they imagined. On the other hand, Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's followers were very calm. Clearly, they often saw such scenes. Is this how two people interact? Ji Chuiwe thought to herself. Even she couldn't explain her envy. However, it was estimated that among the younger generation, only Gu Changa could suppress Yu Mingkong. The rest of the young talents were either dead or disabled when facing this palm. After figuring out the reason, everyone quickly dispersed, not daring to watch. They knew that it was better to stay away from such a scene. Do you want everyone to see us as a joke? Gu Changa smiled, as if he didn't care about his surroundings at all. Yu Mingkong coldly glanced at him. Cut the crap. Today you have to yield to me. With that, her palm descended again. Light flashed and runes intertwined. There was a supreme aura of the great Tao pervading the air. A blurry, peerless figure could faintly be seen behind her. As her hair fluttered, she took a step forward, trekking through the long river of time. She was peerlessly powerful, as if there really was an empress looking down on the heavens. All right, I'll yield to you. That's good, right? Gu Changa seemed to shrug helplessly. With that, he shook his sleeve, and a terrifying power pervaded. The universe, sun, and moon all transformed into his palm. Immediately, only darkness was left in the world. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as if he was holding the universe in his palm. Endless darkness swallowed Yu Mingkong. In an instant, Yu Mingkong's expression changed and she retreated. However, Gu Changa's sleeve seemed to have turned into the mythical Chin Kuan bag, covering the moon and absorbing everything. Although her cultivation was powerful compared to the current Gu Changa, there was still a big gap. She didn't retreat too far before she was enveloped. Gu Changa, you're despicable and shameless. You didn't keep your words. Let me out quickly. Yu Mingkong's words came through while gritting her teeth. Her cold voice was mixed with a bit of anxiety. When did I not keep my words? Didn't I yield to you? Gu Changa smiled, not at all aware that he was bullying her. You bastard! Yu Mingkong gritted her teeth. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light appeared, and an unparalleled aura fluctuated. With a boom, the void exploded, and an extremely dazzling brilliance bloomed between heaven and earth. A light and peerless sword flower, layers upon layers of dazzling brilliance, was incomparably terrifying and contained an unparalleled sharpness. It suddenly pierced Gu Changa's sleeve. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Mingkong was able to break free. She was holding a sparkling, slender sword in her hand. Seeing Gu Changa's slightly stunned expression, she was in a good mood, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Gu Changa also didn't expect Yu Mingkong to break through his suppression so easily. After a moment of shock, he also reacted. Seeing that she was going to attack again, he couldn't help but smile and choose to surrender. No. Yu Mingkong glanced at him. Her long sword flew through the air, and her hair fluttered as if she could cut through the sky. She appeared full of heroic spirit. The matter just now won't be resolved so easily. I don't want to fight anymore. If you attack again, you'll be murdering your own husband. Gu Changa smiled with an expression that said, I won't fight. What can you do to me? Yu Mingkong snorted and put down her sword. Her anger from before had subsided quite a bit. She also didn't plan to continue fighting. After all, it wasn't easy to gain an advantage from Gu Changa. If she continued to fight, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be her. I haven't seen you fight for a long time, but your cultivation has improved greatly. I'm quite surprised. Gu Changa couldn't help but praise. After all, I've always been cultivating. Yu Mingkong looked at him, but there were still words in her heart that she didn't say. If not, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to see Gu Changa's back. Afterwards, the sect of God's ruins finally calmed down. All the disciples and elders who were on tenterhooks also let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the sect would be destroyed by the two of them. As for the destroyed mountains and palaces, Gu Changa's followers would naturally compensate them. After all, he wasn't someone who bullied others. In the next few days, to Gu Changa, the Heavenly Palm Tower was now in his hands, and the Ji family would soon send the Heavenly Palm Wheel. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to get the remaining Heavenly Palm Sword. In the past few days, the outside world had been in an uproar because of the appearance of the Purple Mountain and the collapse of it into ashes overnight. Many cultivators and creatures rushed to this place to investigate, wanting to find some clues. However, the current Purple Mountain was densely covered with all kinds of terrifying array patterns. Even saints had to be careful when entering. As a result, no one discovered anything unusual. Many people also guessed that everything that happened in the Purple Mountain was probably related to the appearance of the Heavenly Palm Tower. As for who the Heavenly Palm Tower was in, it became a mystery. Some people suspected that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in Gu Changa's hands. However, they didn't dare to ask. They didn't have the guts. Even if they knew, what could they do? Would anyone have the nerve to rob it? The Ji siblings, Chen Ning, and others were very tight-lipped, so Gu Changa wasn't worried that they would tell others. However, he wasn't worried that others would know that the Heavenly Palm Tower was in his hands, either. After solving this problem, he and Yu Mingkong parted ways. Yu Mingkong went back to the Academy of Immortals, while he planned to go back to the Gus first with the Immortal Jade Doctrine Altar. He would wait for the G family to send the heavenly palm wheel over. Besides that, he had to read some ancient books about little plenilune first. Although it was an immortal beast, it had only appeared a few times in the upper realm. There were very few records about it. Gu Changa told Yu Mingkong about the plenilune immortal beast, but she didn't care. Compared to the plenilune immortal beast, she was more interested in knowing who the Shao Ruoyin Jiangqin had mentioned was. Gu Changa didn't have to hide anything from her, but he didn't tell her which almighty reincarnation Shao Ruoyin was. Yu Mingkong was in a good mood after getting the answer. Smiling, she left with her followers. Before leaving the sect of the Divine Ruins, Gu Changa gave Qin Ning a messaging talisman. He told her that if she ran into any trouble in the future, she could use it to contact him. Of course, contacting him didn't mean he would have the time to solve their problems. Qin Ning and the Chens were overjoyed. They put the messaging talisman away carefully, as if they had found a treasure. He's awake? On the other side, in a dark and damp cave, a young man woke up slowly. However, the pain in his body made him pale. He kept gasping and almost passed out again. A black-robed old man was sitting with his legs crossed. Black smoke was swirling around him. He looked like he was treating his wounds. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and asked calmly, "Senior, we've escaped?" The young man was Jiang Qin, who had escaped from the Purple Mountain. Sizing up this strange environment, he still looked very pale. The last thing he remembered was Gu Changa throwing a palm at him coldly. When he had lost all hope, the black-robed senior had dragged his heavily injured body to rescue him. The black-robed senior seemed to have been seriously injured, but his body had almost exploded. "You've escaped, but Gu Changa's palm attack was too powerful. Even though I was protecting you, you were almost killed by the aftermath. But Gu Changa seems to have underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rescue you. You're lucky. You've come back from the gates of hell," the black-robed old man said calmly. The black-robed old man said calmly. He didn't look any better than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was still scared. Then he said with a bitter smile, "Senior, you've saved my life again. I can't repay your kindness." Not until then did he find he had been seriously injured. Many of his bones seemed to have been broken. As long as he spoke, he would feel a pain in his internal organs, as if they had been torn apart. If the black-robed old man hadn't saved him, he would have been smashed into a mist of blood by that palm attack. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. At the thought of this, hatred appeared on Jiang Chen's face again. "Cut the crap. If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this," the black-robed old man said with a cold smile. "Senior, what should we do now?" By then, Jiang Chen had taken the black-robed old man as a trustworthy person. He had saved Jiang Chen's life again and again, not to mention the fact that he had offended Gu Changa. He hadn't abandoned Jiang Chen even at this point. Wasn't he worthy of his trust? What should we do? Of course, we should change our appearance and hide our identity. I think you're good at all kinds of terrains. You're suitable for tomb raiding. The black-robed old man sized Jiang Chen up. He suddenly stroked his chin and said, "Tomb raiding?" Jiang Chen turned pale. He knew it wouldn't be a good thing, but he didn't seem to have any other choice at the moment. After offending Gu Changa, there would be no place for him in the upper realm. From then on, he would be a rat crossing the street in the dark. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but keep silent. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and said, "I'll listen to you, Senior. I'll do anything as long as I can be stronger." The black-robed old man revealed a gratified expression. "You don't have to worry about anything. In fact, tomb raiding is not as dark as you think. You should know that many of the burial items of cultivators after their deaths are priceless. If you're lucky enough to find the tomb of a cultivator, you can reverse the current situation in the blink of an eye." Jiang Chen nodded, as if he was thinking about something. It didn't seem like it was so unacceptable. Little Chinzi, you can agree with him. You'll rebuild the celestial palace's glory in the future. How can you be a tomb raider? The voice of the spirit of the immortal boat of fortune came from his mind. It tried to persuade him anxiously. However, Jiangqin didn't care about it anymore. He had realized how cruel this world was. For him, strength was the most important thing. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune seemed to have gotten used to a good life. It was always too arrogant. After suffering a few losses, Jiangqin also realized that he couldn't listen to it for many things. Then Jiangqin left with the black-robed old man. He started on his path of tomb raiding and digging graves. Under Gu Changa's intentional guidance, Jiangqin, the son of fortune, started to deviate more and more in another direction. But he was still unaware of it. That's the plenilune immortal beast? It's much smaller than the legendary Milky Way. I wonder if it'll look like that when it grows up. It's the first time I've seen a plenilune immortal beast. The celestial palace was the only one in the upper realm, so it must be the descendant of that plenilune immortal beast. At the moment, in the longevity Gu family, inside a majestic palace that was at least 1,000 feet tall, many old men were surrounding it, staring at a fairy jade platform in the middle. They looked curious, confused, and probing. The fairy jade platform was full of fairy fog. It was very misty. Colorful lights were flowing around it. Beautiful colors like stars could be seen interweaving in it. Little Plenilune's body was as white as the moon. It was very beautiful and slender. It had a pair of big and clear eyes like colored glass. It had a thin, transparent tail. At the moment, it was surrounded by so many people, but it didn't seem to be scared. It was sizing up the crowd with curiosity. It's the plenilune immortal beast. However, compared to the descendant of the legendary plenilune immortal beast, it seems to be congenitally deficient. Its mother must have given birth to it in a difficult situation, and it seems to have made up for its congenitally deficient condition. Its mother left the last of her life to it. An old man shook his head slightly. His eyes were like torches. He had guessed what had happened to little Plenilune. He sounded regretful. Little Plenilune seemed to understand what they were saying. At the moment, its eyes dimmed. It lowered its head, lying quietly in the pond on the platform. If it's congenitally deficient, it should be possible to make up for its congenitally deficient condition. Besides, the inheritance of the plenilune immortal beast is imprinted in its holy soul when it's born. Since it's still alive, it means it survived in the end. One of the elders also voiced out his opinion. Chapter 372. After saying so much, in short, this guy is easy to raise, right? At this moment, seeing that everyone was discussing and arguing about the origin of the little plenilune, Guchanga couldn't help but wave his hand and interrupt them. It's very easy to raise. Moreover, because the plenilune is an immortal beast, it only needs to devour all kinds of spiritual energy in the world to survive. One of the elders nodded and said, "In that case, just find a star domain and raise it there. With its ability, it shouldn't starve to death." Guchanga said indifferently, "Don't you plan to raise it yourself?" Hearing this, an elder couldn't help but ask in surprise. This was brought back by Guchanga, and it was a very rare plenilune descendant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered around so curiously. Since it's easy to raise, it's the same no matter how you raise it. I don't have that much time to raise it by my side. Guchanga shook his head. If not for this reason, why would he bring the plenilune descendant back to the clan? It was because he found it troublesome. When the elders heard this, they fell silent. The plenilune descendant belonged to Guchanga. It was his business how he raised it, and they had no right to interfere. Moreover, the plenilune descendant was an immortal beast. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength far surpassed that of other ferocious beasts. Even if it was raised in captivity, it could still live very well. The Gu family's territory was boundless, and there were countless rich star domains. Unless those cultivators were extremely bold and weren't afraid of being exterminated, who would dare to come and snatch the Plenaloon descendant? Little Plenaloon clearly understood the meaning of Gu Changa's words, and its big and clear eyes revealed grievance. However, it seemed to be a little afraid of him and didn't dare to show anything. It could only lie there quietly and not move. It remembered very clearly that Gu Changa didn't say that in the Palm Heaven Palace. At that time, he said that it wouldn't be a problem for it to eat all 100,000 star domains, but now he wasn't even willing to raise it? Indeed, the words of a beautiful man couldn't be trusted. What, little thing, are you still unwilling? Noticing the change in little Plenaloon's mood, Gu Changa couldn't help but ask with interest. Little Moongazer Serpent clearly didn't expect Gu Changa to ask it this question. It was instantly frightened and retreated to the back of the pool. She looked very weak, pitiful, and helpless. Her big eyes showed her fear of him. When the elders saw this scene, they did not know what to say. The Plenaloon Scion had no reaction to them, but he was very afraid of Gu Changa. Could it be that it had experienced something before? Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Follow me, and you'll be able to eat and drink well. You can eat and drink the entire starfield. Isn't that enough? Don't tell me you really want to follow that trash. Hearing this, little Plenaloon hurriedly shook its head and looked at him with its big eyes. Although Gu Changa was very scary, at least she wouldn't starve if she followed him. If it followed the mortal it saw in the Palm Heaven Palace, it would probably starve to death. Then what are you unwilling to do? Do you want to follow me? Gu Changa asked with a smile. Little Plenaloon looked at him hesitantly and finally nodded. It knew that Gu Changa was very dangerous, but its intuition told it that it wouldn't be at a disadvantage if it followed this man. Then do you think I'll let a burden follow me? Gu Changa asked with interest. Hearing this, little Moongazer Serpent lowered its head in dejection and spat out bubbles. If you don't want to raise it, I'll help you raise it. However, at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the palace. Her face was blurry and hazy, her figure was tall and slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She had a transcendent and peerless temperament. It was Gu Chingi. The elders clearly didn't expect Gu Chingi to appear and were somewhat surprised. Their attitude towards her was clearly different from that of Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa was the young master, he was still a junior after all. Gu Chingi was clearly much older than them, and her cultivation was also unfathomable. There were rumors that she would reach the Tao before Gu Changa's father, Gu Lintian, the current head of the Gu family. Of course, the elders didn't know what cultivation Gu Chingi had now. They didn't even know if this was her real body. As soon as Gu Chingi appeared, her gaze fell on little Plenaloon in the immortal jade platform. She seemed to have a complicated expression. However, this expression also disappeared in a flash, and she quickly regained her calm. In that case, I'll thank Aunt Ching. Gu Changa smiled. Although he was a little surprised that Gu Chingi would take the initiative to appear, he didn't ask why. Gu Chingi glanced at him and nodded. As for little Plenaloon in the immortal jade platform, it was quite intimate with her, and even swam forward to get closer to Gu Chingi. A rare smile also appeared on Gu Chingi's face. Although it was just a flash, Gu Changa saw it very clearly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew Gu Chingi's personality very well. He rarely saw her reveal such an expression. Could it be that there was some relationship between her and little Plenaloon? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but keep an eye on it. Since little Plenaloon is yours, then as its master, you should give it a name. Then Gu Chingi retracted her gaze and looked at Gu Changa. Her voice was cold. Give it a name? Gu Changa thought for a moment and didn't hesitate. Since it's bright white and beautiful, then let's call it Little White. Speaking of this name, he thought of the 8 Desolation demon halberd. When he first found it, Gu Changa had also named it Little Black, Little White. It was quite pleasing to the ear. Little White. Gu Chingi tilted her head. Her black hair fluttered down, covering half of her immortal face. It was as if she was asking Guchanga if he was sure. As for little Plenilune, it was very dissatisfied with this name. Even though it was quite afraid of Guchanga, it was still protesting and kept shaking its head. Is this name not nice? Guchanga smiled. Why don't you give it a cheap name? It'll be easier to raise it. Chingy didn't care much about this name. It was mainly because she sensed little Plenilune's dissatisfaction and grievance. Your naming skills are really hard to compliment. Chingy shook her head, but her expression didn't change. However, since little Plenilune was brought back by Guchanga, then the name was still up to Guchanga. She didn't refute anything. As for the cheap name, forget it. In comparison, Little White sounded much better. Just like that, little Plenilune's name was decided. Even though it was very aggrieved and protested, Guchanga had no intention of changing it. It wasn't that he had a bad taste. He just felt that it was troublesome. After that, Chingy left this place with Guchanga and little Plenilune, heading to the small world where she usually cultivated. In such a huge world, there was a sea of clouds and mountains. It was vast and boundless like a fairyland. There was no end in sight. The sea of clouds rose and fell as if it was breathing with the sky. Other than Chingy, there was no one else in this world. Even the living creatures were ordinary beasts that had just gained intelligence. Although they were old, they hadn't become spirits. In Guchanga's opinion, Chingy must have used some method to prevent the plants in this world from becoming spirits. To her, changing the rules of heaven and earth was a piece of cake. She had a cold and quiet personality and didn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. If she hadn't led the way, Guchanga definitely wouldn't have found this small world. After arriving in this world, little Plenilune was released from the pool. Its slender and white body escaped into the sea of clouds, looking very happy. Although this was only a small world, the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably dense. You should be relieved to let it live here, Chingy said. She stood on the peak of the mountain, her dress fluttering in the wind. Looking at little Plenilune's appearance of regaining freedom, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. What's there to be worried about? Even if I casually threw it outside, no one would dare to have any thoughts about it, Guchanga said with a smile. Then he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, Anqing, what's your relationship with the Immortal Palace? Hearing this, Chingy's expression clearly froze. Then, she turned her head to look at Guchanga with a complicated expression in her eyes. What did you think of? She didn't ask why Guchanga was asking about this. Instead, she asked. Guchanga nodded, but he also didn't answer. He still smiled and said, Anqing, you haven't answered my question yet. When you think of something, ask me again. Chingy obviously didn't want to answer his question. Her face returned to its usual cold expression that kept people thousands of miles away. Is that so? Guchanga smiled and didn't mind. From the test just now, Guchanga had already determined that Chingy obviously had some kind of relationship with the Immortal Palace, and she seemed to have known him for a long time. And this him was definitely not the current him. As for whether he was the demon master or not, it still needed to be investigated. Little thing, you'd better stay here obediently in the future. If you dare to run around, I don't mind tasting the meat of a Plenilune. Then Guchanga opened her mouth and threatened the little Plenilune that was running around freely in the distance. Seeing that it was so scared that it didn't dare to move, looking weak and pitiful, he smiled and turned to leave this realm. Seeing this, Chingy shook her head lightly. Although she felt that his actions of scaring little Plenilune were a little despicable, on the other hand, it also meant that Guchanga didn't intend to just leave it here and ignore it. This more or less made her feel that Guchanga had some human feelings. After sending little Plenilune back to the Gu family, Guchanga returned to the Immortal Academy. During this time, the reclusive G family obediently sent the heaven-wielding wheel over, not daring to delay too much. In addition, the secret treasure that he sent to the weapon-suppressing divine realm to forge had also been completed. However, the process of sending it over would be a little troublesome, because he didn't know who leaked the news. Many people knew that a shocking secret treasure had appeared in the weapon-suppressing divine realm. The caravan in charge of transporting it was ambushed by the bandits of the chaotic star field. Although the casualties were heavy, the good thing was that they didn't lose the item. They even dared to steal my things. These bandits of the chaotic star field are quite bold. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. His slender and fair fingers tapped on the table unhurriedly. He had always heard that the bandits of the chaotic star field were extremely bold and unscrupulous. Many caravans had been attacked by them. However, because of the terrain of the chaotic star field, this group of bandits quickly disappeared without a trace after escaping. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. Even many imperishable sects had suffered losses at their hands. However, the bandits of the chaotic star field weren't stupid. After knowing that some of the things they were escorting were from the everlasting families and imperishable sects, they wouldn't provoke them. And this time, since the other party dared to steal his secret treasure, there were two possibilities. First, they didn't know that the thing was his. Second, they were tempted by benefits. Someone was urging them behind the scenes. But no matter which possibility it wasn't a reason for this group of bandits to dare to touch his things. Men. Thinking of this, Gu Changa wrote an edict and summoned his followers to give them instructions. This was only a small episode for him. So after making the arrangements, Gu Changa didn't care about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The news of his return to the Immortal Academy was spread by many disciples. Many people didn't know what Gu Changa had done in the past few days after leaving the Immortal Academy. On the contrary, 6-crowned King Jun Yao, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others heard that the Heaven Palm Tower that had yet to appear was suspected to be in Gu Changa's hands. In addition, there was the Heaven Palm bottle in Qing Feng's hands, and the Heaven Palm was sent by the reclusive Ji family. In other words, Gu Changa had at least 3 Heaven Palm artifacts in his hands. This shocked them. Perhaps the Heaven Palm 7 artifacts would really be collected by Gu Changa. During this period of time, Gu Changa was also paying close attention to Qin Wuya's movements, according to the news from Tangwan. Although Qin Wuya wanted to take revenge for his junior brother, he couldn't do anything. And with Tangwan tying him up, Qin Wuya didn't choose to leave for a while and continued to serve by her side. Therefore, Gu Changa was considering Qin Wuya's final value. Although Qin Wuya and Chu Hao were enemies and had conflicts, Chu Hao had obviously learned to be smart and began to return to the sect to cultivate in seclusion. Although the battle between the two involved their own fortuitous encounters, it was still related to Tangwan in general. After thinking for a while, Gu Changa decided to temporarily put the two of them aside and wait for the right time to reap the final harvest. Just as he was thinking, a report came from outside the hall. "Master, the Saintess of the Human Ancestor Palace requests an audience." Human Ancestor Palace's Saintess? Jiang Chuchu or Wang Zijin? Gu Changa came back to his senses and guessed who it was between the two. The possibility of it being Jiang Chuchu was not high. "Let her in," Gu Changa said indifferently and walked out of the hall at the same time. True, Immortal Academy had been peaceful for a long time. Although there were occasionally rumors of the inheritor of demonic arts appearing in the outside world, they had nothing to do with him. Therefore, Gu Changa guessed that the person looking for him should be Wang Zijin, but he didn't know what she wanted. Gu Changa didn't want to interact with this tool of a fellow townsman unless there was something that he needed to find her for. Although it was easy to get luck points from her, it wasn't a lot. Wang Zijin's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. Although she liked to join in the fun, it was very difficult to get some opportunities from her. Because her life had been smooth sailing and she didn't lack any opportunities, Gu Changa couldn't be bothered to waste any time on her. To Gu Changa, Wang Zijin's only use was the source of her immortal spirit body. At his level of cultivation, ordinary constitutions were no longer of any use. Even if it was a special constitution, it would only be useful to him when it was close to the level of great success. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. The person was wearing a snow-white dress and had a calm expression. Her body seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see her features. It wasn't Wang Zijin, but the other successor of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu. Gu Chang'e was slightly surprised. Although Jiang Chuchu tried to keep calm, he could see that she was deliberately showing such an expression. She wasn't so calm. In the past, Jiang Chuchu avoided him like the plague. Today, she actually dared to take the initiative to meet him. "Did you encounter some trouble?" Gu Chang'e waved his hand to dismiss everyone, sat down casually and asked with a smile. Jiang Chuchu stared at him and didn't speak. She just stood there. "Tell me, where did the absolute disaster erupt again? Have you found the source of the disaster? But I have to say in advance, don't think of getting something for nothing. You can ask for my help, but you can't be short on the reward." Gu Chang'e asked casually. It just so happened that his cultivation had recently reached the peak of the Great Sage realm, and he was just a step away from breaking through to the quasi-supreme realm. If he could find the absolute origin, he could also break through faster. But then again, Gu Chang'e thought of the princess of the absolute imperial court, Jianan. She had promised him the absolute origin, but she hadn't delivered it yet. A wisp of her soul was in his hands. Gu Chang'e didn't believe that she would forget. Could it be that something happened to the absolute imperial court? Gu Chang'e, at this moment, when Jiang Chuchu heard this, she was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to ask this as soon as he arrived. Could it be that in his eyes, the reason why she looked for him was because she encountered trouble that she couldn't solve? Was there no other possibility? Don't tell me you really want to get something for nothing? Gu Chang'e noticed the change in her mood, but he still asked with interest. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Jiang Chuchu didn't look for him because of the absolute disaster. However, Gu Chang'e still didn't intend to take the initiative to expose this problem. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chuchu didn't have the previous deep-seated hatred for him. "Gu Chang'e, can you stop playing dumb? Can't I look for you for something else?" Jiang Chuchu asked. She looked at him calmly, but she felt a little wronged in her heart. She originally planned to do as Wang Zijin said, but she found that if she really ignored Gu Chang'e, with Gu Chang'e's personality, he really wouldn't care about her. After returning to the Immortal Academy for so many days, she had never seen him ask her. This made Jiang Chuchu unable to accept it. Before this, Gu Chang'e had saved her and helped her solve the absolute disaster. He didn't care about his reputation at all. But why was he still so cold and indifferent to her? What else can there be between the two of us? Don't forget, you are the saintess of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice, and I am a devil who is full of evil and brings disaster to the world. In the end, we will be on opposite sides and kill each other. Gu Chang'e laughed when he heard this, and didn't seem to be polite. Chapter 373. You are the successor of the human ancestor hall who upholds justice, and I am a demon who brings disaster to the world. The two of us are destined to stand on opposite sides. Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened as these words echoed in her mind. Before this, she had only taken Gu Chang'e's words as a joke and were not serious. But now that she thought about it carefully, his words were not without reason. This was because Gu Chang'e's identity would be exposed sooner or later. He could not hide it forever. The successor of the demonic arts brought disaster to the world, and everyone had to kill him. When that time came, as the saintess of the human ancestor hall, what should she do? Should she really kill him? But Gu Chang'e was not so bad that he could not be saved. After all, back then he could have easily killed her, but he did not. Later on, He even saved her time and time again. And she knew Gu Changa's greatest secret. How could she possibly do such a thing? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu sank into silence and struggled. When she came to find Gu Changa, she did not consider so much. In her opinion, she wanted to see Gu Changa and have him sort out his feelings. It was that simple. But after arriving at the palace, she realized that Gu Changa did not care about her thoughts at all. He did not even know why she had come to find him. This made Jiang Chuchu feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Changa, I can understand you. I know that you're not that bad. Although you did that to me back then, I know that I asked for it. I don't blame you. Even if you killed the human ancestor, I know that it was not up to you. After all, your identity means that you and the human ancestor are destined to stand on opposite sides. Either he dies or you die. After that, Jiang Chuchu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She looked at Gu Changa and spoke softly, as if she wanted to explain to him. Gu Changa waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. Aren't you thinking too much? I'm not as good as you think I am. I have my reasons for doing all of this. Jiang Chuchu looked at him and sniffled with a look that said, Stop lying to me. She continued, Then why don't you explain why you saved me in the Terminating land and helped me solve the Terminating calamity? Gu Changa picked up the teacup beside him and drank unhurriedly. Then, with a calm expression, he said, Do I need to explain to you what I want to do? Gu Changa, why can't you just admit it? Jiang Chuchu frowned. He felt that Gu Changa was just trying to be brave and quibbling. That was why he didn't even bother to think of an excuse to explain himself. Gu Changa drank his tea quietly and didn't say anything. Jiang Chuchu continued speaking. This time, she was even more direct. She recounted everything from the first time she met Gu Changa to the many things that happened after she was imprisoned by her. She also told Gu Changa about her own thoughts during this period of time. At the same time, she explained why she thought Gu Changa did what he did. Of course, this was her beautiful thought. Gu Changa really wanted to interrupt her and tell her that she was thinking too much. However, on second thought, Jiang Chuchu's thoughts didn't affect him at all. So that's how it is. Gu Changa listened with interest. However, the more she spoke, the stranger his smile became. All right, so he really was a good person. This was something that even he didn't know about. Gu Changa didn't think that although he was an evil person, everything that he did had nothing to do with being a good person. Before this, although he intentionally led Jiang Chuchu to misunderstand him, he didn't expect this misunderstanding to be so deep. It was so deep that Jiang Chuchu was willing to help him clear his name. However, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Actually, when you were persuading me before, I had already thought about it. After Jiang Chuchu said this, she also let out a deep sigh of relief, as if she had let go of the burden in her heart. Even her eyes seemed to be much brighter. What have you thought about? Gu Changa asked with interest. Didn't you persuade me not to commit suicide? Jiang Chuchu looked at him quietly. Gu Changa smiled. How could I remember this kind of thing? Don't tell me that you really took it seriously. Jiang Chuchu didn't care about the sarcasm in his words. She stared at him and said, Seriously, I still remember what you said at that time. You asked me if I really planned to live for the human ancestor hall in this life. Oh, is that so? I seem to have said that before. Gu Changa nodded as if she suddenly understood. I've actually thought about this matter carefully. The human ancestor died at your hands long ago. However, other than you and me, no one else knows about this. However, the human ancestor hall can't live without the human ancestor. This world can't live without a leader who can fight against Inju Sky. When Jiang Chuchu said this, her voice was exceptionally calm. One had to know that when she first learned of Gu Changa's plan, she was so against it that she didn't even consider it. However, now, she took the initiative to mention this matter to Gu Changa, wanting to discuss the human ancestor's existence again. You mean to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor? Gu Changa raised an eyebrow. Although he had expected that she would agree to this matter, he hadn't thought that Jiang Chu would suddenly mention this matter at this time. No, what I mean is to have you be the human ancestor. Jiang Chu stared at him boldly. Then, she couldn't stand Gu Changa's gaze that seemed to want to completely see through her. She lowered her eyes and couldn't help but lower her voice. This way, no one will suspect that you are related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jiang Chu, don't you know what this matter means? From today onwards, you will be betraying your sect and colluding with me. Are you still willing? Gu Changa's voice softened as if he hadn't expected her to say this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. A long time ago, I should have predicted this day. Seeing Gu Changa's expression, Jiang Chu nodded. There was no regret or conflict on her face. Before this, she had already thought about all this. Today, she had come to find Gu Changa to explain everything clearly. In any case, this day would come sooner or later. Jiang Chu, you're really stupid. If you do this, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation along with me. Hearing this, Gu Changa slightly shook his head. There wasn't much of a change in emotion in his voice. I don't care. I just want to live for myself once and truly make a decision that belongs to me. Jiang Chu's expression was very calm, without the slightest ripple. Speaking of this, she suddenly stared at Gu Changa with some expectation. In the future, we'll be grasshoppers on the same rope. And, in other words, she wanted Gu Changa to stop bullying her and pay attention to her. However, with her temperament, it was very difficult for her to say this. Grasshoppers on the same rope. Gu Changa smiled as if he knew what she was talking about. He showed a sympathetic expression. He gently reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Then he took her into his arms. Jiang Chu broke free from his arms and fled the palace. She didn't dare to stay for long. Her face was hot, afraid that the disciples outside would see her abnormality. The reincarnation of the human ancestor. After watching Jiang Chu leave, Gu Changa withdrew his gentleness. His eyes were very calm. He began to think about what to do next. Before this, he had considered disguising himself as the human ancestor. However, considering that Jiang Chu and Wang Zijin wouldn't be able to hide it, he temporarily put it aside. Now that he had Jiang Chu to cooperate with him, things would become much simpler. When that time came, he would be the human ancestor. The human ancestor hall would naturally listen to his orders. For his subsequent plan, it would be like adding wings to a tiger in the vast upper realm who would dare to go against him. After all, with the identity of the human ancestor, Gu Changa could do anything for the sake of all living beings. If anyone dared to stop him, they would be going against all living beings. The reason why the human ancestor built the human ancestor hall was so that when he reincarnated in the future, it would be easier for him to have unparalleled power and reach the peak faster. However, now, everything that the human ancestor had worked so hard for would benefit Gu Changa. After returning to her original cave residence, Jiang Chu was a little surprised to see Wang Zijin, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. You went to see Gu Changa. Wang Zijin spoke. Her eyes were clear. She didn't use a questioning tone, but an affirmative one. She stared at Jiang Chu closely, especially when she caught the joy between her eyebrows. Therefore, she didn't need to ask to know what she had gone to do. After all, apart from cultivating, Jiang Chu wouldn't leave the cave residence at all. As for why she left the cave residence, she didn't need to think too much about it. Wang Zijin was a little disappointed. A few days ago, she had told Jiang Chu not to be too proactive and to be arrogant and cold. In the end, she had promised at that time, but in the blink of an eye, she had forgotten all about it. After knowing that Gu Changa had returned to the Immortal Academy, Jiang Chu couldn't wait to find him. Now, there was joy between her eyebrows. It was obvious that Gu Changa had said something good to her. This made Wang Zijin not know what to say to her, who was the one who had a sullen face a while ago, as if she had a life and death feud with Gu Changa. None of your business. Why did you come to my cave residence? Jiang Chuchu didn't need to be polite to Wang Zijin. Her words were cold. Of course I came here to find you. However, Jiang Chuchu, where's your reserve? You deserve to be eaten clean by Gu Changa. Who can you blame for that? Wang Zijin's face was full of smiles as she argued with her. If Jiang Chuchu heard this before, she would definitely argue with her. However, she was very calm today. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, Are you flustered and exasperated? Wang Zijin clearly didn't expect her to say that. Her smile froze a little. Who's flustered and exasperated? I'm just concerned about you. I don't want you to be deceived by that scumbag. Jiang Chuchu shook her head slightly. You don't have to worry about these things. However, there's something I have to tell you. After all, Wang Zijin was the saintess of the Human Ancestor Hall. Although she didn't care about the Human Ancestor Hall, she still had to inform her at this time. What's the matter? Is there news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Wang Zijin smiled as if she had already expected this, but didn't care. I already said that I'm not interested in finding the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, since you found it, that's good. Jiang Chuchu glanced at her and nodded. She said calmly, the reincarnation of the human ancestor is Gu Changa. What? When Wang Zijin heard this, she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Changa didn't look like a good person. How could he be the reincarnation of the human ancestor? However, if she were to think about it carefully, there was no one in the younger generation who was more suitable for this identity than Gu Changa. He was extremely talented, extremely powerful, and had a terrifying background. His talents were unparalleled. He was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. This was in line with the image of the human ancestor in everyone's heart. However, why did she feel that there was something fishy about this matter? Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chuchu suspiciously. Are you sure that Gu Changa didn't ask you to tell me this? She felt that Gu Changa was definitely capable of impersonating the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Before this, she hadn't heard any news about the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, after Jiang Chuchu met Gu Changa today, he suddenly told her that Gu Changa was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Wang Zijin's first reaction was to doubt the authenticity of this matter. No. Jiang Chuchu shook his head and said calmly, In the future, we don't need to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor anymore. Gu Changa has the Nirvana green lotus body. This is enough proof. Nirvana green lotus body? Wang Zijin's eyes were still filled with doubt. She naturally knew about this object. It was a divine object formed when the Nirvana green lotus matured. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she knew a lot about it. There was a high possibility that the reincarnation of the human ancestor was for this object. Since Gu Changa had the Nirvana green lotus body, there was no doubt that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, Wang Zijin felt that this matter was a little strange. According to the records of the human ancestor palace and the rumors of the human ancestor was a great and righteous person. How could he be related to a cold and heartless person like Gu Changa? Jiang Chuchu, are you sure you aren't colluding with Gu Changa to deceive me? Wang Zijin stared at her, as if trying to see through her. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Wang Zijin didn't say anything else. She knew Jiang Chuchu's character very well. She wouldn't betray the human ancestor palace. However, she didn't suspect Jiang Chuchu. Instead, she suspected Gu Changa. Could the human ancestor's reincarnation have been secretly harmed by that guy Gu Changa? Is he planning to replace him? Wang Zijin couldn't help but mutter softly. Of course, she was just saying it casually and didn't take it seriously. However, Jiang Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. She forced herself not to show any abnormalities. All right, since you say that Gu Chang'e is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, then he is. I don't hate him anyway. Compared to other people who have become the human ancestor, Gu Chang'e is more pleasing to the eye. Wang Zijin said as she walked out of the cave abode. Although she felt that this matter wasn't simple, she couldn't be bothered. It was true that she was interested in Gu Chang'e, but it was obvious that Jiang Chuchu had a close relationship with Gu Chang'e. Was she that free to poach him? Although she could do such a thing, it was obvious that Gu Chang'e didn't care about Jiang Chuchu. There was no need for her to poach a sea king. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin felt a little irritated for no reason. Then, she couldn't help but take out a crystal-clear jade pendant from her sleeve. This was the jade pendant that Gu Chang'e carried with him when they were outside the inland. He gave it to her and promised that if she encountered any trouble in the future, she could look for him. He's a complete scumbag. Wang Zijin really wanted to throw the jade pendant away, but after thinking about it, she couldn't bear to and sighed faintly. She couldn't move him. Chapter 374. A few days later, an important piece of news spread from the True Immortal Academy. As if it had grown wings, it quickly spread to every corner of the world and shocked the upper realm. Countless orthodoxies and forces were shaken. This time, the reincarnation of the human ancestor had finally appeared. It was none other than Gu Chang'e. As soon as the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators found it hard to believe. After all, the most famous person in the upper realm was Gu Chang'e. No one expected the successor of the mortal ancestor palace to suddenly announce this news. Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Was this for real? Everyone was shocked. Just how dazzling was Gu Chang'e? This could no longer be described with simple words. Even if he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, it was just icing on the cake. However, on the other hand, even if the reincarnation of the human ancestor was someone else, it would be difficult to stop Gu Chang'e from shining brightly. Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. To many people, this seemed to be a smooth-sailing matter. Of course, this was only the thought of ordinary cultivators. To many orthodoxies and forces, this was more like a collaboration between the human ancestor palace and Gu Chang'e. After all, the successor of the human ancestor palace announced this news too suddenly. Before this, they had not heard anything about this at all. It was very likely that the human ancestor palace could not find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, due to various considerations, they decided to let Gu Chang'e temporarily take over this identity. There was no one more suitable than Gu Chang'e. To Gu Chang'e, this was not a bad deal. He might as well reach an agreement with the human ancestor palace. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In fact, many forces and orthodoxies had such thoughts. Of course, it was one thing to know, and another to say it out loud. This was a tacit understanding among the orthodoxies. No one would be stupid enough to offend Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace at this time. The True Immortal Academy was also in an uproar because of this. The reincarnation of the human ancestor, 717. What are Gu Chang'e and the human ancestor palace doing? Six-Crowned King Junyao frowned. He didn't feel like Gu Chang'e had anything to do with the human ancestor's reincarnation. From his point of view, it was more like the human ancestors' hall was borrowing Gu Chang'e's power and influence to appear among the thousands of spirits in the upper realm. And Gu Chang'e could make use of the human ancestor hall's transcendent status. This was a matter of mutual benefit. After experiencing the Purple Sun Heaven Monarch incident, Junyao knew that Gu Chang'e was definitely not a good person. Nowadays, it was inevitable for people of the same generation to compete with each other. Gu Chang'e held the title of #1 in the younger generation, which really put a lot of pressure on him. Within True Immortal Academy, the reactions of many young Supreme Beings were more or less the same as Jun Yao's. After learning of this news, the elders of the Human Ancestor Hall held a skeptical attitude. They hurried to the True Immortal Academy to investigate. In this regard, Gu Chang'e naturally did not hesitate and directly displayed the Nirvana green lotus body. Boundless and vast life force soared into the sky like the sun of Wangyang. As divine radiance shone, a green lotus swayed within. It connected the heavens and earth, and a vast fog of chaos descended. The elders of the ancestral hall were shocked, but there was nothing to be suspicious about. Just like what Gu Chang'e had said before, what the Human Ancestor Hall needed now was not the human ancestor, but an identity. Even if they had other thoughts, they would forcefully suppress them. With this identity, Gu Chang'e would not be affected too much. The Human Ancestor Hall had many resources, but what he lacked the most now was resources. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After Gu Chang'e devoured many quasi-supreme origins, his cultivation had finally broken through to the quasi-supreme state. More than half of the 206 bones in his body had turned into transcendent bones. Under his evolution, the inner universe in his body also developed from its embryonic form to its complete form. Qian Xian's changes were endless, and it had the aura of the 6 paths of the heavens. During this time, many things happened in the upper realm. The most shocking thing was that the 13 great bandits in the chaotic star region were all annihilated, and no one survived. The 13 great bandits who had roamed the chaotic star region for millions of years could be said to be notorious. Not only were they fierce and powerful, but they were also very difficult to hunt down. They were like loaches. Many orthodoxies and trade caravans had suffered great losses at their hands. In less than half a month, they were killed by a terrifying army. The smell of blood filled the sky, and the sound of killing shook the world. It shocked many people. That battle stained the galaxy along the way with blood. Corpses and bones piled up, and ancient warships collapsed. Debris scattered in all directions. It was a scene of devastation. The heads of the 13 great bandits were now hung outside the chaotic star region as a warning. Then a cultivator found out the reason. It turned out that some time ago, Gu Chang'e sent a secret treasure to the weapon dominion to be refined. Because of the shocking phenomenon, the 13 great bandits targeted it and sent people to kill it. In this way, the 13 great bandits offended Gu Chang'e, which led to the disaster and was completely annihilated. This matter frightened many cultivators, but they couldn't help but clap their hands in joy. In the end, it was because of their own sins. Why did the 13 great bandits want to die? Of course, for Gu Chang'e, this was just a small interlude that wasn't serious. After dealing with the 13 great bandits, the secret treasure that he sent to the weapon dominion to be refined was also sent over. He named it the primordial purple mirror. From the appearance, it looked like an ancient scripture, simple and natural. It was surrounded by purple light, and as the primordial purple chi fell, it emitted a shocking Taoist rhyme and a mysterious aura like the great Tao intertwined. It was a deduction type secret treasure. The main refining materials were the primordial Tao bone, the primordial purple chi seed, and the immortal Tao heavenly eye of purple sun heavenly lord. Other than that, there were also countless divine materials, which could be said to be extravagant. Other than Gu Chang'e, there was no one else in the upper realm who had the courage to refine such a secret treasure. It shouldn't be difficult to deduce a fragment of the future. Apart from that, there are other uses. It can deceive the heavenly secrets and track karma. Gu Chang'e closed his eyes slightly. Wisps of golden divine light flickered as he refined the secret treasure. The function of the secret treasure appeared in his mind. Just as he had expected, it could deduce the future, deceive the heavenly secrets, track karma, and even reverse the universe. Soon, the refinement was completed. Gu Chang'e began to test its function. As the misty purple chi fell, the primordial purple mirror began to glow and flow with a mysterious wave. Vaguely, Guchanga saw ripples appear on the very simple and natural page like a lake and then spread out. It was as smooth as a mirror. Then, images began to appear on it. Between the barren and tattered star regions, majestic and thick continents floated. Countless star remains and ancient warship fragments were scattered on them. Corpses were everywhere, and the thick smell of blood drifted in the sky. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had just happened here. This place is the chaotic star region. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. He was just trying to deduce the karma related to him. However, the primordial purple mirror showed the scene of the chaotic star region. Could it be that the karma related to him was in the chaotic star region? And at the next moment, Guchanga thought. The image in the primordial purple mirror changed. A blind, middle-aged man in purple was sitting in a wheelchair. His lower limbs seemed to be crippled. He was being pushed through the void and quickly left the chaotic star region. According to the situation on the battlefield, this middle-aged man in purple should be a figure on the side of the 13 bandits. When the battle broke out, he hurriedly fled the battlefield and disappeared. Who is this person? Guchanga narrowed his eyes. Soon, the image in the primordial purple mirror disappeared. If he wanted to activate it again, he would have to wait for half a month. Then, after putting away the primordial purple mirror, Guchanga summoned his follower. "Greetings, master. Do you have any orders?" The follower said respectfully, "Go and find out which survivors of the 13 bandits in the chaotic star region have escaped." Guchanga thought for a while and then said lightly. He was a little curious about the identity of the blind, middle-aged man. He suspected that the reason why the 13 bandits attacked the caravan in charge of transporting the primordial purple mirror was definitely related to the blind, middle-aged man. There should be something special about this blind, middle-aged man. At the same time, he sent a message to Inmei and asked her to help him find out the secrets of the 13 bandits. Soon, a piece of news that piqued Guchanga's interest came to her. There is actually a mysterious man behind the 13 bandits. It seems that the blind middle-aged man who escaped should be that mysterious man. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Son of Fate. Guchanga knocked on the table unhurriedly and then crushed the jade strip in his hand. There were many things in front of him now. However, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Devouring an ordinary, quasi-supreme origin source would not be of much help to him. As for the origin source of a paragon, it was too difficult to obtain because paragons were the foundation of each clan. They would not show themselves easily, let alone kill them and devour their origin source. It was a difficult path. Therefore, only people with special constitutions or sons of providence would be of use to him. Regardless of whether they were sons of fate or sons of fate, their cultivation could not be too low. Otherwise, even if he devoured their origin source, it would not be of much help to Guchanga. Although Chinwuya and Chu Hao were quasi-supreme cultivators, Guchanga had other plans for them. As for the blind, middle-aged man, since he was related to him, even if he was not a son of fate, he should be a son of fate. Therefore, Guchanga began to order the Longevity Gu family, the various clans of Immortal Ancient, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Taichu Divine Sect, and other forces behind him to hunt down this person. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and orthodoxies were shocked. They did not expect that Guchanga would mobilize such a large number of troops in order to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits. It was shocking and terrifying. Then, Yuminkong also cooperated with Guchanga's orders. The peerless Immortal Dynasty sent out many troops to search everywhere. Everyone could not help but tremble in fear. In order to deal with the cultivators who offended him, the methods Guchanga used were enough to make anyone tremble. In the entire upper realm, there would be no place for the remnants of the 13 bandits to stay. This made people feel fear and despair. Even if they escaped to the lower realm, there was no way to survive. P.S. Tonight is the last chapter. Cuenca's discomfort. I am sorting out my thoughts.